Chair Kincaid, Chair Muser, and staff, just letting you know that we are waiting for a few more board members to join us before we can start. All right, thank you for joining us. Board Member McHugh, if you can please test your audio and video for us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sure. Sorry.
No worries. Loud and clear. Thank you. All right. With Board Member McHugh's arrival, we do have a quorum for the Cultural Heritage Board at this time. And we are waiting for a quorum with the DRB for 4 voting members on the item present. We're waiting one more.
Just a reminder for everybody that's out there, if you could please put your selves on mute so we don't get feedback or hear conversations.
All right, thank you for joining us, Board Member Weigel. If you can test your audio and video for us.
Howdy.
All right, thanks for joining. With that, Chair Kincaid and Chair Muser, we have a quorum for both boards, and we are ready to start when you are.
I'm ready.
As am I.
All right, if all board members can please turn on their videos. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to call to order the Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board special meeting noticed and agendized for today, November 23rd, 2020 at or after 5 p.m. And I do believe we find ourselves a bit after 5 p.m. here. I see that board member McHugh has not turned on his video, so I'll wait. There he is. Okay. Before we get into the agenda, I want to acknowledge why we're here in this format. Due to the provisions of the governor's executive orders N-25-20 and N-29-20, which suspend certain requirements of the Brown Act, and the order of the health officer of the County of Sonoma to shelter in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19, the Joint Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board members will be participating via Zoom webinar. Along with that, members of the public have been afforded the opportunity to both join through the Zoom webinar, access through video or phone conferencing, and this meeting is live streamed on the web, on YouTube, and is being broadcast on Comcast Channel 28. With that, if I can get a roll call from the recording secretaries, please.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Let the record reflect that all commissioners are present from the Cultural Heritage Board except Board Member DeBacher and Vice Chair Fennell, as well as one vacancy. And for the Design Review Board, let the record reflect that all board members are present.
I believe board member.
Except for Board Member Hedgepeth.
Thank you. Okay, on to item number 2, approval of the minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes. We'll take item 2.1, which are the minutes from October 15th, 2020. Any board members from either Cultural Heritage Board or Design Review have any comments or changes to those minutes? All right, seeing no one come forward, those will go into record. Next up is item number 2.2, which are the minutes from October 21st, 2020, which was a joint DRB-CHB meeting as well. Any members of either board have any changes to those minutes? All right, seeing no one come forward, we will go ahead and put those into the record. There will be multiple opportunities for public comment this evening. This first item number 3, public comment, are for items that are germane to these 2 boards. Before we open that item, I think I'm going to switch the agenda. We'll go with item number 4 ahead of item number 3, where we read our statements of purpose. That way we all know what is germane to each of these 2 boards. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and read the statement of purpose for the Design Review Board. Design Review Board Zoning Code Chapter 20-52.030F Project Review. The review authority shall consider the location, design, site plan configuration, and the overall effect of the proposed project upon surrounding properties and the city in general. Review shall be conducted by comparing the proposed project to the general plan, any applicable specific plan, applicable zoning code standards and requirements, consistency of the project within the city's design guidelines, architectural criteria for special areas, and other applicable city requirements, i.e. city policy statements and development plans. That's the Design Review Board's statement of purpose. And with that, I will hand it over to Chair Muser to read the Cultural Heritage Board purpose.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Cultural Heritage Board. The Cultural Heritage Board shall consider the following matters: standards, guidelines, and criteria to the extent applicable in determining whether to grant or deny a permit, whether the proposed change is consistent or incompatible with the architectural period of the building, whether the proposed change is compatible with any adjacent or nearby landmark structures or preservation district structures, whether the colors, textures, materials, fenestration, decorative features, and details proposed are consistent with the period and or are compatible with the adjacent structures. Whether the proposed change destroys or adversely affects an important architectural feature or features. The Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings. Such other matters, criteria, standards as may be adopted by resolution of the Cultural Heritage Board, Ordinance 2668, 1988.
Thank you, Chair Muser. Okay, I'll bring us back up to item number 3, which is public comment. This would be a time for a general public comment on items germane to either the Design Review Board or Cultural Heritage Board. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. And if you're here to speak on agendized items, we will hold public comment for those items when the items are heard. So with that, I'll open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. At this time, we do not see anybody raising their hand.
We'll go ahead and give it a minute.
Just so the board is aware, we probably have about 10 to 12 members of the public in attendance tonight. The rest being staff and applicants.
Always good to know. Thank you.
And at this time, no one is raising their hands.
Okay. Sounds like the members of the public are here to for the agendized items. So we'll go ahead and close this public comment period and move on with the agenda. Item number 5, board member reports. Anybody from the Design Review Board have a board member report to offer? All right, seeing none. How about Cultural Heritage Board? Anybody from the Cultural Heritage Board have any board member reports?
I have just a couple of things, Chair Kincaid. First, I'd like to just mention that all the Cultural Heritage Board members received an invitation from Sherry Meads to participate in the Downtown Station Area Historic Resource Evaluation process as far as selecting a company to perform those duties. I just wanted to mention how important I think that is, that the Cultural Heritage Board participate in that process, and to ask if any of our board members are interested in doing that. Either let me know tonight or possibly let me know by maybe Wednesday of this week. I don't want to leave Sherry waiting too long, so because her process is moving forward. And then I also want to say that I did meet with 4 members of the St. Rose neighborhood, basically to discuss just the whole neighborhood, various issues going on in the neighborhood, upcoming potential projects, and various needs. So it was a great meeting. I know they're going to be reaching out to other Cultural Heritage Board members. If you have the time, it's a well worth taking your time. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chair Muser, and I'll give a quick board member report, and it's mainly just acknowledging an email that we received this afternoon from Mike Maloney, recording secretary for the Cultural Heritage Board. It was a very nice thank you email and some instructions, and the only one left out on the, thanks and shout outs was Mike Maloney himself. So wanted to say thank you for, keeping us straight and putting all these things together in conjunction with Patty on these joint Cultural Heritage Board and DRB meetings. So thank you, Mike. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to department reports. Mr. Rose, Ms. Murray, any department reports for us this evening?
Yeah, just a few things. Thank you, Chair Kincaid, Chair Muser, members of both boards. Thank you for being here tonight on this special meeting. Excuse me. Just to follow up on Chair Muser's comments about the historic resource evaluation RFP, we're going to also extend that invitation and offer to the DRB. So the DRB should be on the lookout for that memo as well. I think it would be very helpful to have a DRB member. So if any of you have an interest, please let Chair Kincaid or myself know, and we will pursue that. Very similar to that, we have another RFP that went out. It went out on November 10th, and it's for the Missing Middle Housing Initiative. This is intended to provide by right process for housing in specified areas within the city. The number of objectives associated with this: produce hundreds of new rental housing units in the low to moderate income range, create a new and diverse market for affordable by design housing types, add diversity in resident type and income level to standard single family neighborhoods, add infill density to low density areas of the city in a design and scale compatible to single family neighborhoods, increase the types of housing units available to meet the demographic and cultural needs of the city, and inform the public about the missing middle housing through a comprehensive community involvement strategy. Just like the HRE, Historic Resource Evaluation, we're also going to extend this to both boards. So this is something we would like to get, if there are board members interested on this, we'd like to have them participate as well. So Amy Nicholson, Senior Planner, will be sending this out to the boards as well. We have a little bit more time on that, so hopefully we can get the deadline out to you with the message that goes out as well. So be on the lookout for that. Lastly, I wanted to mention with the recent election, the results of the election, numerous openings will come up on all of the boards, the Planning Commission as well. We will have an opportunity to see some new faces. I just wanted to remind all of the board members that the policy is that you serve until replaced. So if your appointment is one that may have someone else in it in the future, we ask that you continue to serve until replaced. We shoot for a target of February 1st to have all the new members seated. We sometimes have gone a little bit past that, but hopefully we'll be on target this year. And then certainly if you're still interested in serving, please, by all means, fill out an application. You can submit that to the city, and you can certainly be reappointed. We've even seen board members from one board or commission end up serving in another capacity on another board or a commission. So there's always that opportunity. Anyway, that's it for department reports. I just wanted to remind you of that. So thank you.
Hey, Bill, what was the name of that housing initiative again? Just for my own brain. I missed it, sorry.
Yeah, let me just get it here. And to give credit to Amy Nicholson, she wrote what I was reading, so we know it's perfect. It's the Missing Middle Housing Initiative. So we'll get that to you here shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. And Ms. Murray, any department reports on your end?
No department reports. I'm wearing a different hat tonight. I'm the project planner, so thank you, Bill, for covering that for me too.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 7, statements of abstention by board members. Are there any board members from either Design Review or Cultural Heritage Board that need to abstain from our sole item 8.1 this evening?
Yes, this is board member Cordenbrock. I'll need to abstain due to the involvement on the design team for this project. So I'm sorry. Thanks.
As always, no need to apologize. And since you'll be leaving us, happy Thanksgiving to you and your young family.
Yes, thank you to everyone as well. So be safe.
All right. All right, it looks like board member Cordenbrock successfully left the meeting. So we will continue on to our scheduled items. The one we have is item number 8.1. This is a public hearing for the flats at 528 E Street, file number PRJ20-005. Before I hand it over to Senior Planner Ms. Murray, I'd welcome any ex parte communication disclosures, which would be meeting with the applicant, visiting the site, and those type of things. So I'll start out by saying that I visited the site, both drove through the neighborhood in my vehicle and physically walked along both sides of B Street.
I'll jump in and say that during my meeting that I disclosed earlier, we did talk about this property and did walk over and look at this property as well.
I have been past the site a couple of times, twice in my vehicle to observe the site and the surroundings just in the past week.
I guess I went to the site way back when we saw this project originally, but I haven't been since.
I walked it today and I went by it last week. And I spent quite a bit of time in the entire vicinity, probably an hour.
I had visited the site a number of times, most recently about a week ago, and have nothing further to report.
I too drove by the site in my vehicle, and when we first saw the project, I got out of the car and walked around and viewed the neighborhood and surrounding area, including the parking garage.
Okay, thank you for those disclosures. And now with that, I will hand it over to Senior Planner Murray for a staff presentation.
Trying to share my screen here. Am I successful?
Yes.
I got the nod, thank you. Okay, so again, good evening. Chair Kincaid and Chair Muser, sorry, got a loss for words there, and members of the boards.
Hey, Susie, sorry to cut you off. Can you go into the presentation mode before you start your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought I hit that button. So the project before you this evening is the flats at 528 B Street. The project proposes to construct a 5-story mixed-use building. The use itself is permitted by right. The ground floor of the mixed-use building would be designated for commercial uses, and the upper levels 2 through 5 would be comprised of 24 residential units, both 1 and 2 bedroom units. The actions before the board this evening is preliminary design review, which both boards would be asked to act on, and a landmark alteration that requires a vote of the Cultural Heritage Board. The project, as I said, will include 24 housing units, which gets us 1%, which is significant, towards our goal of market rate housing. Here's an aerial of the project site as it's constructed today. It has limited parking in the rear, but it looks like parking spaces on the eastern edge. That's actually the top floor of the 5-story parking garage that you're looking at there. Here's kind of a neighborhood context where you can see commercial uses to the north and to the east, and predominantly residential uses to the south and to the west. You can also see that this project is located right at the convergence of B Street, Healdsburg Avenue, 8th Street intersections. So the project there was a neighborhood meeting back in January of 2019, and the boards saw 19. The applications were submitted in February the following year, and We received the revised plans that are before you this evening on July 1st. Here is on the left, the general plan land use designation. On the right, the zoning. And the general plan land use is retail and business services. The zoning is downtown commercial. It's also within a preservation district and the station area combining district. So applicable goals of the general plan, the biggest is it helps meet the needs of Santa Rosa residents. It also provides a very nice diversity in housing for the downtown and certainly in this area, and housing within walking distance of shopping and transit services, both bus and train. I want to point out here that this is the current zoning code. And when I say current, this is the zoning code that we've been using for a while. The council has just recently adopted a new, or some, not a new zoning code, but some changes that affect this area. But this code is in effect until, I believe it's December 18th. So this is the code that we must review this project under. I'd also like to point out that the code, because it anticipates that there will be projects that are under review, you know, during code changes, and it gives the applicant the ability to request which code their project will be reviewed under. So at this point, we don't need to know that answer from the applicant yet. This is the code that, the current code is the one that you've been looking at for several years. The station area combining district. What I've got here, the graphic on the left, the dotted line shows you well, I guess this is the old district, but it also points out the courthouse square sub area. There's a little bit of change of plans here. In your staff report, B Street, I pointed out that it's got a designation of entryway, and that entryway designation was removed as part of the station area plan update. But it still holds true if you stand down on that street, on B Street, and you look at the project site, either in front of the project or from across the street, you have a pretty nice view of a 5-story parking garage. So this is still, the entryway was designated as as an area where you could kind of mediate the change in single family type uses that are so often found in our preservation districts, and kind of a transition to commercial. So in this case, I think that still holds true. When I access Santa Rosa from Mendocino Avenue, I come right down on this street. So floor area ratio, that's another hot topic these days. During the adoption of the, well, certainly the zoning changes, what have you, there was a lot of discussion about the contributing structures along this section of B Street. In the council's final decision, when they adopted the ordinance, they decided that floor area ratio would not be applicable to contributing properties located along B Street. So, however, the floor area ratio is applicable to non-contributing structures or sites. And this property is a non-contributor. The graphic down below, I didn't have enough time. Sorry, I threw it in here just before the meeting, and I included those two little red dots. The top red dot is the location of this site. I think I've got this right. Yes, and the lower red dot. If I'm not sure. Can you see these? I'm hoping a nod. But thank you. Those identify the properties that are non-contributing properties to the district. Everything in gray along this section of B Street, everything else is a contributor. Building heights for contributors are limited now to 35 feet unless, of course, the project receives a variance. But building heights for non-contributors are 55 feet with extra allowances for rooftop equipment screening. Let's see. Applicable goals of the downtown station area plan is to ensure land uses that promote use of transit. And I want to point out too that these are only some of the goals. Encourage a variety of new housing development. Create identifiable places while seeking to preserve and enhance the character of existing neighborhoods within the specific plan area. And encourage development projects that will improve the quality of life in the plan area and draw new residents into the core of Santa Rosa. Then we get to the design guidelines. And here again, we have encouraged dense development in the downtown station area. I apologize, I know this is a lot of words and I don't normally do that on my slides, but I'm gonna do that to you tonight. New buildings should be designed in such a way that they do not appear to have been built earlier than they were. This does not preclude the use of materials, scale, or massing found in older buildings. Integrate multifamily development with surrounding neighborhoods as opposed to isolating this housing. Break up the mass of larger structures with articulation of the form with use of color and the use of multiple materials. And develop a sense of architectural continuity but all elevations need not be identical. So this building has been designed with several different finishing materials, exterior materials. A personal favorite are the railings, but I'm going to let the applicant team talk about the building and the materials used. So there are 6 required findings to make for design review, which I've outlined here. Making sure, for the finding of superior quality and consistent with city documents, plans, and regulations. The design is appropriate for the use and location that it's proposed in. The layout of the property the layout of the design would not interfere with the enjoyment of neighboring or existing future developments. The architectural design of the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The design of the development would provide a desirable environment for its occupants and neighbors and visiting public. And the proposed development would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious. Then we move on to the St. Rose Preservation District. And here are the boundaries of that district. The star shows where the property is. The primary tools for making the required, or when reviewing a landmark alteration, the primary tools used are the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation and the Processing Review Procedures for Owners of Historic Properties, which is a city document. The Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation don't really apply to this project because they speak more to modifying existing structures, so adding on or just redesign. The processing review procedures provide the guidelines for the development. They guide us to a contemporary design and specifically say the project should not mimic that the existing structures in the area inform the design, the compatible height and similar proportion are also a consideration. I'd like to point out too that document specifically says that the Railroad Square Preservation District and St. Rose Preservation Districts are the two preservation districts in the city where you will find those taller buildings. I also want to point out, and I'm sure that the applicant team will drill down a little bit more on this, that the existing structure ties in several architectural or character defining features from nearby buildings or their immediate neighbors. This also talks about the rhythm along streetscapes, really about doors and windows, and I think just getting that streetscape and inviting, if you will. And then it talks about similar exterior materials and the roof shape. So review considerations are the consistency or lack thereof with the proposed changes with the original architectural style and details of the building. Of course, that one, again, it's not really applicable. The compatibility of the proposed change with any adjacent or nearby landmark structures or preservation district structures. The consistency or compatibility of the proposed colors or textures, materials, fenestration, decorative features, and details with the time period of the building's construction and or adjacent structures. Actually, I want to go back to that. And again, I want to point out here that it's the time period, this building is a non-contributor. So, but where it is relevant is that it's pulling in those other features from those nearby structures. Whether the change will destroy or adversely affect an important architectural feature or features. Again, it's not applicable. And the Secretary of the Interior Standards, which I already mentioned, isn't in this case very applicable. But there is one special finding. And there's that challenge of getting from the current zoning code from 35 feet to 55 feet. And there's one special finding that needs to be made, and that's the increased height does not detract from the character of the preservation district or any adjacent contributing properties. And this, I want to point out, is a finding that is only on the landmark alteration permit resolution. This is not on the design review. And I want to I want to try to connect the dots of how that was made, that finding was made. The proposed mixed-use building is located right on the very edge of the eastern edge of the St. Rose Preservation District. In this location, it will screen from view the 7th Street parking garage, the 5-story garage structure from B Street. The placement of the proposed structure along the southern property line allows a gap or a space, an open space for the use of the building's residents or occupants, I should say. And it also puts a space between the single-story property to the north, which has been identified as a contributor. There are several architectural elements that are found in the district that have been tied into or inspired the design and tie the building to the district. The contemporary building doesn't mimic, but it does tie in. And then finally, a shadow study, which I will let the applicant speak to, shows that the single-story structure that's located to the north at 534 and 536 B Street is it's already receiving quite a bit of shade, but that shade is from the parking structure. The construction of this 5-story building that's proposed in the flats at 528 B Street will provide a little more shade, but it's not significant. So that is how we connected the dots here. Oh, did I go back up? I think bear with me here, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. There we go. So neighboring structures, I thought it would be helpful for key elements of design just to say, okay, here where the star is the project site. The first one is the 5-story parking garage. And then on 2 is the entryway street type. And again, this is no longer an entryway street type. I did not update my slides. And, but it, regardless of what you call it, it still really serves that purpose. And the building still blocks the view from that perspective of this parking structure. Nearby contributors in the district are located where you see the 3s. The buildings to the west, those 2 nice Victorian, I guess, style homes. I don't know. I guess I shouldn't call them Victorian. I'm not the pro here, but those are both very tall, 2.5, 3-story buildings, and they're a significant ways away. Down on the corner of 8th and B Street, the southwest corner, that structure is actually a 3-story structure, and it's in my staff report as a 2-story. It steps in the back of the building up. Then the building immediately to the south of the project site is a 3-story contributor to the district, but it's a very tall 3-story. And then, of course, to the north, the single-story structure is the one where they pulled the building away from it for that protection. I was out there doing my own site visits last weekend and decided to snap my own pictures instead of relying on Google. And in this shot here, the existing site, it just gives you the perspective from across the street of what people see now. And then I grabbed any one of the number of renderings that the applicant provided. This is what it would look like. And I tried to get my perspective while I was out on the street as best I could to match what their rendering looked like here. I was a little off. So here's the site plan, and on the northern side of the site plan, as all along here, is the open space area that's provided for the enjoyment, really, of the folks that live and work in the building. They also have a gate proposed back here on the east side of the site plan, and which will give them immediate access to the parking structure. There will be no parking on this site. Residents from the site will have parking spaces over in the parking structure, and the project has been conditioned to require a contract with the city for spaces in the garage. So the project has been found in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Section 15183 is a streamlining measure that allows a project for which a previous EIR has been certified by the council if the project is consistent with that EIR, which it has been found consistent with the general plan EIR, actually. So it is qualified for a categorical exemption as infill development. Again, because it's consistent with the general plan and zoning. It's within city limits and less than 5 acres. It's not considered suitable habitat for any endangered or threatened species. All services are available, and it would not result in significant impacts for air quality, water quality, traffic, or noise. So up until today, we received very few public comments, which was surprising. There were concerns expressed about height, and there were also some that were in support of the project. And I want to read, we received one more today from the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber. It was provided for the Design Review Board members, so I'm going to read it and get it onto the record for everybody. On behalf of, dear Chair Kincaid and and board members. On behalf of the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber, I am writing to express our support for the 528 B Street project, the Flats. Santa Rosa's housing shortage is impeding business growth and causing economic and environmental damage as our residents are forced to commute long distances to find housing. These extra long commutes result in increased air pollution, traffic congestion, growing inequity, and stressed employees, resulting in reduced workforce productivity. Housing is one of the largest challenges for local employers who need to recruit and retain employees in order to stay and grow in Santa Rosa. More residents within walking distance of downtown shops and businesses means a larger customer base and increased economic activity, bringing tremendous returns to Santa Rosa, economic and environmental alike. The proposed development of this site aligns with the city's downtown station area specific plan and the city's goals and vision for downtown Santa Rosa. We urge you to support this proposed project. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Peter Rumble, CEO. So there are no unresolved issues as a result of staff's review and conditioning of the project. And with that, it is recommended by the Planning and Economic Development Department that the Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board adopt a resolution granting preliminary design review. It is further recommended by the Planning and Economic Development Department that the Cultural Heritage Board adopt a resolution approving the landmark alteration permit. And that concludes my presentation. And for any members of the public that can't see the screen, if you have any questions about the project, my name is Susie Murray. My direct line is 543-4348, and my email is smurray@srcity.org. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. I'm sorry, the applicant also has a presentation, and I am available for questions if you have any now.
Chair Muser and Chair Kincaid, just so you're aware, Vice Chair Hedgepeth has joined the meeting.
Thank you for that information. I think given the potential complexities surrounding this property, it would be wise to take questions from the boards for staff at this time prior to hearing the applicant presentation. Might provide more clarity in getting into that presentation and avoid people hanging on to questions. So once I get my screen back, we'll go ahead and go through the board's questions for staff.
Senior Planner Murray, if you can please stop sharing your screen.
Sorry, I thought I had.
No worries, thank you. So we'll start with Design Review Board. Questions for staff, Board Member Wicks.
Susie, can you tell me why the existing building that's being torn down is not considered a contributor to the district?
It was constructed well outside of the I'm at a loss for words. The dates that that are acknowledged in the zoning code. For example, I believe it was like the 1880s through 1940s, and this building was constructed in 1970s, I believe.
Okay, so it's age that makes it a contributor or a non-contributor.
Yes, and there's an age range that each district has assigned to it. Those are the period of significance. Yay, I found the words. Thanks.
Okay, one other question. You mentioned FAR and maximum height. Are we reviewing it under the max height limitation, or are we reviewing it under FAR guidelines?
So right now we're reviewing it under maximum height limitations, or that version of the zoning code, because the changes to the zoning code don't take place until 31 days after the council adopts that ordinance. They adopted it on November 17th. So the changes don't go into effect until December 18th. I think that's 31 days. That said, the zoning code also allows that the applicant can choose when they're this far into the review process, that they can choose which version of the zoning code that their project will be reviewed under. Now, I have not received a formal request from the applicant at this point, but it's not relevant at this point because we have the current zoning code, which is the old zoning code, it's not those revisions that you heard about at council. Now, that said, I also want to point out that this project complies with a floor area ratio of 4. It's an 8,400 square foot parcel, and it is proposing less than 3,200 square feet. I'm sorry, less than 33,000 square feet of development. So it complies either way you look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Wagle, any questions for staff?
We need 2 motions on this, right? We need the preliminary design review, and then we need the landmark alteration, correct? And so they're independent of one another. Obviously, both of us vote on the design review component, and CHP is only for the landmark alteration. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I don't know that there's a set rule in what order they go in, but historically, we've done it with when both boards vote on the preliminary design review. And after there's action on that, we dismiss the design review board and let the cultural heritage board carry on with the landmark alteration because it's usually additional discussion.
Cool. Yeah, and then we don't have any with the demolition of the building. There's
Is that me or Drew?
We lost Drew there.
Oh,
and it came back. So look at that. It decided to close itself and then reopen itself. So who knew? Zoom. I guess what I was asking about was the demolition of the building, because it's a non-contributing building, and we have the historic resource components evaluation and property survey. That would be included within the action by DRB as complying with the CEQA components for the demolition of that building. Correct? There's no other additional stuff.
No, actually the building could be demoed without either the CHB or DRB approving.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, well, just thought I'd ask, because we've had a number of different scenarios as long as I've been on the board here, so I just thought I'd clarify.
Well, I think the special thing here is that it's a non-contributor in the district.
Cool, those were my questions, thanks.
Thank you. How about Board Member Sharon? Any questions for staff?
No questions for staff, thanks.
Great. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, questions for staff?
No questions for staff.
And I have no questions for staff, so I will turn it over to CHB Chair Muser. You can go through your board members.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Board Member Groniga, any questions for staff?
Board Member Groniga, you've been muted at this time. You can unmute yourself and start again.
Now I'm unmuted because it keeps popping back and forth here. Really no specific question other than for my own self, as I've been reading and taking a look at this project, I found myself looking at it through the eyes of those zoning code changes that we had approved. I think both boards did, and the city council now has. That seemed to be even more beneficial than and less restrictive perhaps of the current zoning code. So is there anything in those new changes or in those changes that at least we and say the public should be made aware of that are either detrimental to the district and or to the project itself?
Not that I'm aware of. I think the project complies with either version of the zoning code and either version of the downtown station area specific plan.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Garrett, have any questions for staff?
No, thank you. Not at this time.
Thank you. Board Member McHugh, questions for staff?
No questions for staff.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question, and I probably should know the answer, but I'm going to ask Ms. Murray anyway. Is the structure to the north, the 534, 536 B Street, were those contributors?
Yes, I think it's one structure, and yes, it is a contributor to the district.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I have. Back to you, Chair Kincaid.
Thank you, Chair. I should have mentioned at the onset, this isn't the last opportunity for questions. I just thought I'd get some clarity before we heard the applicants. So please feel free to ask questions later after the applicant presentation. So with that, I will go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair Kincaid. This
You
is
got it.
just a quick clarification. I just wanted to quickly touch on this idea about the new station area plan and the rules under which this project is being evaluated. I think the purpose for Susie's discussion on that is it's a relevant topic. Obviously, there's a new downtown plan. It's been a subject of a lot of focus recently. It was just adopted, but I just want to be crystal clear. This project is not subject to the new plan. It has not been reviewed under that plan. If it were, it could go forward. It does meet those requirements, but they don't have any bearing to the item before the board tonight. So I just wanted to offer that clarification.
Great, thank you, Mr. Rose. With that, we'll go ahead and welcome the applicant and their team for the presentation. And if, when speaking, you could give your name and relation to the project, that would be very helpful. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant team. Let them get set up.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Peter Stanley. I am one of the development partners and a principal at Archeologics for this project of flats at B Street. So Chair Kincaid and Muser and members of the CHB and DRB, I wanted to thank you for this opportunity for us to come back before you and present our design and development revisions for this development of 528 B Street. Tonight, we have our design and development team available for any questions from the boards or the public. Next slide, please. So we have Tom Karsten from the Morrison Karsten Group, who is the property owner and also one of the development partners, myself, principal at Archeologics. We have Mark Perry from Artisan Architecture. He's our historic architecture consultant. Mitch Connor, my partner at Archeologics, will be talking about the design. We have Christine Talbot from Quadriga Landscaping and Planning, and she'll be talking about the site context as well. We're showing Jeff Coleman on here, but he is not on the line, but we have Andrew Dezert from BKF Engineering if there's any technical questions that came up from the site. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand this off right now to Tom Karsten. Let him give you some context and history about this property over the last 30 years.
Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Very good, thank you. Good evening, all. As Peter mentioned, that along with my development partners at Archeologics, we are the applicant for the project before you. To the respective board chairs and members of the Cultural Heritage and Design Review Boards, and on behalf of our team, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our project for preliminary review approval. Having served on the DRB and Planning Commission in an earlier life, I am familiar with the time commitment associated with these important volunteer positions and so very much appreciate your willingness to serve in this capacity during these extraordinary times. I also want to thank city staff for their help and support in getting us to this point. And of course, I want to thank our extraordinary design and support team for their collaborative efforts in designing what we believe is a terrific building. Before I turn our presentation over to my colleagues, I thought it might be helpful to provide some historical perspective. The current building on the subject site was built in 1969 to serve as a podiatry clinic and surgery center until my firm purchased the property in 1995. We've occupied it since as a real estate investment and consulting firm. Prior to purchasing this property, we were tenants in the adjacent two-story office building to the north of the subject property for 4 years. Therefore, we have been a resident and property owner in the neighborhood for 29 years and have been privy to the changes that have taken place over that time. I might also add that back in November of 2005, we proposed a redevelopment of the site to build a 4-story, 22,000 square foot office building that at the time was jointly approved by the DRB and Cultural Heritage Boards. However, due to a multitude of economic reasons beyond our control, we tabled the project as it was no longer economically viable. Then in early 2017, we envisioned redeveloping the site with a mixed-use building comprised of ground floor commercial office space that will serve as our new offices and that of my development partner, Archeologics, with the upper 4 floors comprised of 1- and 2-bedroom apartment units, allowing for 6 units per floor for a total of 24 residential rental units. All units will have outdoor balconies. In doing so, we believe the project as designed complies with the city objectives to build high-density housing appropriate for a city center pedestrian-friendly environment. Notwithstanding what we think, designing a project that can reasonably and readily address both DRB and CHB design guidelines that are in conflict with one another, along with inherent site constraints, has made this a very challenging exercise. Furthermore, environmental, housing, and traffic needs have changed since these design guidelines were enacted. For instance, the site is only 60 feet wide by 140 feet deep. The narrowness of the site is compounded by the 2 office buildings to the north of our site sit directly on the property line, and the apartment building to the south is a mere 4 feet off the property line. Accounting for necessary setbacks, we can only design a building that is at most 45 feet wide, excuse me. This leaves us with little flexibility in providing floor plates large enough to build appropriately sized apartment units necessary to attract tenants, making the economic feasibility of our project all the more challenging. Then there is the proximity of the 7th Street parking garage to the east of our site. While the garage is not a contributor as an historic structure, because of location, how tall it is, and given its immense size that dwarfs all structures around it, it cannot be ignored as it is in every way a contributor to what is going on around us. However, because of its location, we are able to incorporate it as a vital contributor to our project. for it allows us to engage the garage by enhancing its accessibility and usage in ways originally intended when it was completed some 20 plus years ago. Then there is the issue of B Street itself, which over the last many years has seen significant alterations. Prior to the parking garage being completed, traffic moved in a north to south direction only. That was changed to moving traffic in both directions to accommodate the parking garage while also providing street parking on both sides of the street. Then, in order to accommodate changes brought forth with the reunification of Courthouse Square, the street was reconfigured once again, whereby street parking was removed from the east side as well as a portion of the west side of the street to allow for expanding the north to south arterial to 2 lanes while also installing a bike lane. This reconfiguration most dramatically altered traffic flow on B Street to one that could best be described as now a major north-south thoroughfare connector that funnels faster and more significant traffic through and around downtown and to freeway on-ramps. I mention this to point out that collectively these actions did much to alter the nature of all properties on B Street that sit between College Avenue to the north and 7th Street to the south. The significance of these changes is that it is unlikely this edge of the historic district can be turned back to what it was envisioned 30 years ago when the district guidelines were created, unless there are significant changes to how traffic flow is currently directed on B Street. Would you mind turning to slide number 4, please? Thank you. Another challenging aspect is that our design has been somewhat constrained in that the site is situated on the southeastern edge of the St. Rose Historic Preservation District, highlighted in green, while also part of the downtown station area specific plan, highlighted in orange. As such, our site is governed by overlapping district designations, and these plans, as you know, have their own set of growth, redevelopment objectives, and multiple design constraints that unfortunately not entirely consistent with one another. We point this out to demonstrate there's a lot going on in and around the site, with each plan and neighborhood contingent having different objectives related to this location that do not always mesh in context and intent. I believe our architectural historian Mark Perry summarized it best in his historic resource evaluation report when he said, quote, "The prospect of defining how to design contemporary buildings to be sensitive additions to preservation districts is not easy. Meeting current space, functional, economic, and density needs supported and encouraged by the city of Santa Rosa's downtown station area specific plan, combined with zoning code policy and establishing priority development areas within established historic districts, is the design challenge presented for our project," end quote. That, coupled with designing a project that can reasonably address both DRB and CHP guidelines that are also in conflict with one another, along with inherent site constraints, has made this a very challenging exercise. But it's one that we embraced as we thought we could do something good here. That aside, we believe the project before you has met all of those challenges and succeeded in striking a balance of what is capable on a tightly constrained infill lot and represents the kind of development our community desperately needs that is vital to the rebirth of the downtown core and its long-term stability. And we are excited with some of the changes we are seeing in the neighborhood, no more exemplified with our friends across the street at Brew, who with great spirit provide a safe haven for the community to gather. In our own way, we are making an attempt to providing another safe haven for the community with our project. Certainly not on all our own, but with your help. I will now turn our presentation over to Peter, who will walk you through some of the essential site and policy issues we face. And once our presentation is concluded, we certainly look forward to any questions you may have. And of course, we thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Tom. I'm just going to take a few minutes to go over the planning and policy context of the project. a lot of this has been said already in the staff report, and Tom touched on it, and we talked about it at the concept review, but I think it's relevant for us to go back through it and just lightly touch on it and be ready for any questions. The parcel, of course, sits in the, within the boundaries of the St. Rose Historic District. And although it's on the extreme east edge of that district, as Tom has talked about, and it sits about mid-block between 7th and 10th Streets. As you can see from this upper left image here, the neighborhood context of the site relates much more to the 4-story parking garage extending almost an entire city block from 7th to 10th Streets than it does to the bulk of the historic district, which lies to the west of B Street and our project site. The development application was submitted to the city under the previous downtown stationary plan, which was adopted by council in 2007. The project site also sits within a designated PDA, Priority Development Area, which was targeted and directed by council to focus on intensifying housing opportunity within its boundaries. On page 5 of Susie's staff report, she outlines 4 council-directed housing objectives in the downtown planning area that, as stated in her analysis, this project fulfills. Under the 07 plan, the project site was given a zoning designation of CG5, 5-story max, with no minimum or maximum residential density requirements. We understand the policy and guideline tension that exists between the historic district and the adopted downtown specific plan, and this will be addressed in our historic resources architect, Mark Perry, and later by Mitch Connor. As identified in the staff report, as well as the historic property analysis by Mark, the existing building on the site, as seen in the lower left image, is not a contributor to the district, and therefore this development will not displace or destroy any historic structures within the district. In our negotiations with the city parking director, it is our intent to unbundle parking costs of the 7th Street garage from the unit rents in order to encourage alternative transportation options for our tenants. Next slide, please. It should also be noted that the project as designed, and I only bring this up even though we're not under the 2020 planning, the new amended plan, I think it's relevant and maybe gives peace of mind that this project also complies completely under the adopted amended plan. With a floor area ratio of 4 for our site, we come in at about 3.8, and there's no minimum parking requirement on this project. It's in full compliance with the council's intent and objectives of the amended plan and the downtown housing development in general. And I think it's relevant to point out that even as the contributor project to the north, if it was to exercise its development rights and go to 35 feet, I think we'd be having a very different conversation about height, having the surrounding buildings all at sort of this 35 feet or higher. The parking garage is significantly higher than 35 feet. So I think it's important to keep that context in mind because those are allowed development rights for that project to the north, to the project site to the north of us. At this point, I'm going to hand it off to Mark Perry so he can start going through his and the historical context of the project.
Thank you, Peter. Tom brought up that the challenges in balancing. Peter has brought up the significant issues of, I would have to say, pressure. I've spent my career, at least 30% of all my projects have been in these preservation districts. I've helped create 2 of them. And the preservation districts are created by the residents predominantly through a process. So you have development interests and residents' interests and historical interests converging, and that again creates tension. I've learned to be comfortable with this tension because it makes better projects. It makes a better city. It makes more beautiful districts when we honor, preserve, and protect what we can, but we also have to make room for the growth, required growth, necessary growth, and here we are in that tension. The benefit of the preservation districts is that we have a requirement to be contextual, and we have done that. Could I go to the next slide, please? And we looked at this district and character-defining elements of local buildings. The elephant in the room, of course, is the size of this building compared to these other three, four, almost five-story buildings. And I've looked at this, I've walked by it, I've done tours in this neighborhood annually for 18 years and walked past this site for 18 years. And it has a strong presence. A new building will have a strong presence. And any buildings that go in these districts have to be carefully and mindfully considered. And we did mindfully consider this building. I am behind it. Those that know me know I'm a straight shooter. And the thing that makes it work for me and makes it work for the district is, and if you look at my report, we developed, and I spent a decade trying to figure out how to make these things work. We made a building that is reflective of traditional design features, character-defining elements. It doesn't make an affront, as many contemporary buildings do, to the district, to the fabric of the district, although it is a contemporary building. I think the place that these happen, and this one does happen well, actually, is on the perimeter of the districts. The boundaries of the districts can stand more height and more development and help contain the districts themselves. This is hard stuff. Our historic character, our landmarks are critical to the maintenance of our culture and our history. And we've had to be mindful of these. Can I go to the next slide, please? We've had to be mindful of these tensions. But we've looked at them. We've allowed them to inform our building. The building before you now has taken upon itself the importance of reflecting the character. It's not going to punch a hole in this district. It's not going to be an affront to it. It is an addition to it. And the way we did that was by looking at it and looking at the district itself, and how this building can reflect or participate in the district. It isn't a historic building. There's no historic features on the site worth retaining. So in this slide, you can see those character-defining elements that were taken from the district, interpreted, and applied to our building so that it becomes part of the fabric. It doesn't punch holes in the fabric or ignore that fabric. That's significant and that's important, and we did it. Next slide, please. We had to look at the CHB's criteria. We had to look at the Secretary of the Interior's criteria. Although it isn't a listed district, we took the district itself as the cultural resource. So this building was designed to reflect the district as a resource, not a specific building in that district, so that it became an addition, a sensitive addition to that district. So in looking at it, I believe the proposed changes were consistent and compatible with the architectural period. We did that by picking a specific 1920s, kind of 1920s era to inform our ideas. We made it compatible that way. We used textures, materials, fenestration, decorative features, and elements consistent with the district. Next slide, please. Main thing is context. There are certain elements not applicable. There were no historic character on the property. There were no materials removed. The property didn't acquire any historic significance unto itself, and there were no features to maintain. Next slide, please. So we basically looked for character throughout the district and apply it to this building. You can review the report or take a look at these slides for a minute there. There's not a lot to apply to this. Next slide, please. These are the more significant elements. That's the CHB design guidelines. And just to read it, the new infill development can be contemporary and should not seek to mimic. It does not do that. It does not match exactly, but is informed by existing buildings within the district. It is not a historic reproduction. And those have happened, and I don't support that as a consultant. You can get confused. But the building does relate. The new construction in the district does maintain clearly the rhythm of flow of windows, openings along the main facade, and more importantly, the key feature that I believe makes this building both sensitive and appropriate is that we use traditional building composition. Most modern buildings are not done with that. And I do not support that in preservation districts, because the vast majority of preservation districts have been done with traditional building forms. Modern buildings tend to be form-based. Historic buildings tend to be proportion-based, interrelated proportions, and that's what we attempted to do. So I believe it works. I think it's the building proportion scale is appropriate, composition and ordering principles of those elements work. I think it's sensitively designed, and I believe it's appropriate, and it references the character defining elements in the district, and I think we did a good job. I'd like you to approve it. Thank you. I think Mitch is up next to explain a little more in detail design features. Mitch?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Next slide. So I'm Mitch Connor. I'm a principal with Peter Stanley, a development partner with Tom and Peter on this project. Pleased to be here this evening to present the efforts of a lot of hard work and good input from the community and the city. And what I'm primarily going to focus on is, the actual building itself and the elements that you've seen in some of the images so far. But I wanted to go back to this slide, this sort of neighborhood context. And when we started this evening, and all of you on the boards talked about how you visited the site, and some drove and some walked and some stood and looked at it. I think that is a very important idea on any kind of design problem, in particular when you're in some kind of an infill urban setting, whether it's a historic district or just the inner city core. Cities are dynamic, and the buildings, while they are, objects to reinforce planning principles in detail and texture and color, it's important to understand how they're observed, how you experience them, whether you live in the district or you drive through it. So as we went through different iterations of different materials and the way they were placed on the building and the way the forms were, it was always important for us to sort of get up high or get back on the street and understand how it would be observed and interpreted. So the next slide. So in our original concept presentation that we did to the boards, this was a slide that we felt was really important and speaks to what I was just talking about. So we like to think of this as sort of a boots on the ground MRI of what it's like to experience B Street, the predominant street, obviously, that we're building on, and that Tom talked about how it's changed through the years in different projects and the way that just the general circulation works. So the idea was that you can see that buildings change the character of that street. And what we felt was in sort of the aha moment for our team was when you come to that sort of intersection of where the brew retail outlet is that the aperture of the street opens up, and it felt like it was inviting us to consider a more robust building, both in its detail and its scale, because the environment at that point, the actual physical, whether walking or in cars or on a bike, changed significantly. In fact, Tom and I did a couple of walkarounds on our own and just looked at streets in general and tried to understand how other buildings in the district, reinforce the feeling and the atmosphere of the district. So when you come to the A Street section, the one at the top of this slide, you see our building and you see it in relationship to the public realm. which we think in any inner city development is a very important consideration, and that the architecture needs to reinforce that. Next slide. So taking that kind of thinking, the idea of movement in the way people experience buildings, and then said, well, okay, how do we place a building on the site and reinforce the public realm at the B Street elevation, which is, you can see where you go into the office space, but then you see the Paseo, and the Paseo is it's another idea of movement and placemaking, and sequencing space from the street, to the inner lobby, taking you up to the residential, or walking through to the parking garage. Again, a secured environment, but nevertheless, it's using movement in the treatment of buildings to reinforce that movement and to make it rich and inviting and beautiful. So what you see on the first floor, like Tom has mentioned and Susie, is that it's the commercial office. I think an important part, and you'll see it in the elevations, is that there's a transparent edge. It doesn't really read real well in this floor plan, but you'll see it with the way the windows are placed, the idea that we have this sort of conference room graphic, it's kind of our studio and display of what we do, but it activates the street. We're big believers that buildings need to show off what they do, whether it's, commercial office or retail, excuse me, or living, apartments and so forth, that it's important that people see activity. So that's kind of the thinking, and I'll talk more about it when we get to the windows. Next slide. So this is the typical floor plate, floors 2 through 5. As Tom mentioned, we have two bedroom units, which is the one facing the street to the left, and then 1 bedroom units that go from west to east towards the parking structure. An important thing to note about the circulation inside the building is that when you do come up through the elevator and you go to the lobby and then the internal circulation, the hallway, that's to provide a buffer, basically a visual buffer for the building, to the apartment building to the south of us. So the idea here is that people will go into their units and look north or look west. And so the idea is that it sort of builds in sort of a privacy element for the building to the south. Next slide. These are the individual units. You can see a little key plan at the top, shows how when we stitch it together, how that works. 2 bedrooms, and then the 1 bedroom units. Next slide. So I'd like to bring Christine into the presentation to talk about the approach to landscaping and hardscape, and then I'll come back and talk about the building's exterior elements. Christine?
Thanks, Mitch. So I'm Christine Talbot from Quadriga Landscape Architecture, and I think, it's been shared with you kind of the approach to the exterior of the building and the procession and how we're treating circulation. And so I'm not going to completely go over that again, but I think since the last time we showed this project to you, there's been a few changes in response to your comments. And most of those had to do with screening and then responding to the neighborhood. And so how we've responded to those comments so far is by providing a screening tree element along the south side of the project. You'll see there's a series of 5 trees in pavement, and those are very tall columnar trees that will help to screen that south elevation and provide a little bit of seasonal interest for the neighbors and for the residents. Along the front of the property, along the street side, the public sidewalk side, it was relayed to me that by Mark, and I hadn't really thought about it, that historically raised planters were part of residential properties, and especially in this neighborhood. And we'd integrated that into the project without really thinking of it as a historic element, but it does play nicely with some of the landscapes in the neighborhood. So we're going to keep that element and hope that that provides a great front door for our building. The Paseo, as Mitch described, is we do want to, it's a small space, but it has a lot of potential. We want it to be very rich with texture. So the ground plane is very playful. We also include very textural plantings with lots of seasonal interest. And then we looked, if you could go to the next slide, actually. We looked to the neighborhood for screening elements and looked at some of the decorative ironwork and metalwork that were done at some of the properties, and we incorporated that idea into our fencing and our gating to really respond to that historic idea in a more modern way. So we're proposing this very geometric pattern in our fencing and creating these arbored entry gates at the entry. Some of the other elements you see on this plan are the idea for the pavement in this geometric pattern with high contrast color, the very seasonal colored plantings with the vibrant oranges and yellows, and then with some of the smaller plants, we'll focus more on texture in the leaves and seeds. We've also looked at ways that we could incorporate lighting that would be soft and inviting and not affect the neighbors. So we looked at some lower bollards and some downlights in some of these arbor elements at the gates. So it'll be very appealing, but not overly lit. Thank you, Mitch. I'll hand it back to you.
Thanks, Christine. A couple other comments about the Paseo, well, both the north and the south of the building. I mean, I think Christine described the south, for example, with these columnar trees. You know, we really wanted to just sort of soften the south side of the building and give, you know, some seasonal interest to the building for the apartment. I think for the north side, it takes on a different role, the landscaping. I mean, first of all, we have more space. We have 10 feet from the building, you know, to the property line. And while we want the landscaping, you know, to have some height to it, and want these other elements, you know, both the, you know, the screens and fencing and so forth. But it's important, you know, as a sort of a neighbor response, is to, I mean, it's a 5-story building, and in all likelihood, the landscaping is never going to, you know, mitigate that visually. But what it does do is it layers the building, it layers our concepts to the property line, and enables the building to the north as it starts to sort of turn in on itself, which it should do because of that courtyard and so forth. It's a much more pleasant and rich experience as, you know, as they see these trees grow and possibly see the uplighting on the trees and stuff. So it's, you know, it is a gesture and it's real. I mean, we were genuine in how we brought it forward, but the idea, I think the best way to explain it is it sort of layers, you know, what we're trying to do with our building to the property line. And so that's kind of part of the thinking behind it. Next slide. So I'm going to go back to this slide that Mark had up earlier. So what, you know, as we took inventory of the various buildings in the district, and certainly the more contemporary 1920s era architecture definitely resonated with what we were trying to accomplish with our building. So what we're trying to show here, or what we're showing here, is, you know, which of these elements, you know, we were able to put on a palette and then interpret and integrate into the building that we're trying to do. So window trim, like on the upper image of the building, our neighbor to the south, the cornice treatment, the middle building, which is one that we're quite fond of, where you see the steel sash windows, and you can see how we've applied that to the window selection for the first level, but then a smaller scale version of it for the actual living units themselves. Again, a different window detailing treatment that I'll talk about here in more detail in a second, or with a different kind of image. But you see that we were using that on some of the windows on the upper floors. And then the fence, the guardrail punched metal treatment that we like a lot. So we're using it in quite a few locations. It's the guardrail for the balconies. It's the entry gates. It's also the fencing at the north property line for our neighbor to the north. The other thing that's important, and Mark refers to it in his report, And I think Susie had it in some of her comments about the Secretary of Interior's, but this whole idea of rhythm, the idea that, you know, as a composition, these are, you know, as standalone items, they need to be stitched together. And so we spent a considerable amount of time, and you see it with this B, A, B kind of idea, is that we looked at different configurations, different assemblies or stitching together of building walls, openings, balconies. And it's a great tool, and it's one that, you know, does have a sort of a historical element to it in the thinking of older buildings and how they put these buildings together, you know, through generations of development. And so this was our sort of final rendition of doing that. And it's primarily on the street facade, the west elevation, and on the north facade, which is probably the most visible as far as the long elevation of our building. Next slide. So this is the, you know, these are the rendered elevations. One of the comments that came from the previous visit to the two boards had to do with the south elevation and trying to sort of liven that up and give some, you know, some different sort of elements and its own rhythm in itself. So we were able to apply that kind of design logic when we worked on that. But the north elevation, you know, is really kind of the culmination of this at scale. I'll show the street elevation in a second. But, you know, we think it works, and we think it works well. And it's one way of, you know, basically, and when I get into the material board, you know, we're using basically the same material. It's a Kingspan, it's a smooth comp type material. And all we're basically changing up is color and the scores, you know, the reveals to give it different texture and different look. Next slide. So the street elevation did change in the sense that previously, before we put the balconies on the southwest corner that come off of the master bedroom of the two-story units, we had the balcony on the northwest corner coming off the living room. And so if, you know, the critique we got, and we think, you know, as we look back at it, was totally justified, is that we had a sort of an off-balance elevation. And Mark was great at pointing that out in a very diplomatic way. And so what we've done here is we've sort of balanced the front, the west facade, the street facade. It also enables us to set the elevation back. We know of this requirement that from floors 3 to 5 or 3 on up, you know, the building needs to set back as much as 6 feet. And so we were able to do that using balconies. But at the same time, we bring forward these elements that have windows in it that are the bedrooms. And then between those, you see that sort of center darker element that draws your eye down to the main entrance at the retail commercial. So the composition feels a lot more, you know, balanced, and it has a sort of a strong rationale to it, whereas before it needed some help. Next slide. So the building materials, we go from the top left. We decided to use, because we're not big fans of building cornices out of a bunch of wood and kind of stitching it together. So we went to a precast sort of cornice section. We like the fact that it's a little softer looking, and yet it's got, you know, the depth and the way it sort of chamfers back, the way that, you know, we think it'll add a nice sort of shadowing, you know, to the upper part of the building. Again, item 2 in the bottom left corner is our railing, powder coated. It's a punched metal that we use balconies and fences and gates and so forth. The soffit is a cedar, so the soffit is primarily at the underside at the balcony. So when you're looking up, you're going to see this sort of clear cedar it's the only wood element actually on the building, and just to provide a little differentiation at the balcony in that soffit plane. But the rest of the wall materials, as I said earlier, it's a Kingspan material. And it's an insulated material. And again, how we differentiate it is through the use of different reveal patterns as it goes across the elevation. As far as the windows, this is where we wanted to, if you went back to that, you don't have to do it, but if you go back to the street elevation, and if you look at that window trim up in the right-hand corner, the front elevation and wrapping around on each side. In this case, this is the northwest corner of the building on B Street. And then if you were to go, and you'll see it on the renderings, and I'll point it out again, the trim not only, excuse me, encases the opening, but it's also applied to the surface of the kingspan material. And that's the only place on any window opening that we do that. And we do it in the front of the building, on the facade on the west, and turning the corner, like I said, here on the northwest corner. And when you see it on the southwest corner, which is where we have our vertical circulation, the stairwell, we do it there. But everywhere else, we do the detail number 6, which is down on the right-hand corner, which basically keeps the trim punched, into the punched opening, and does not, there's no trim applied to the actual surface of the kingspan material. So there's 2 different window treatments depending on, where they're located. But we really wanted to emphasize the facade on the street, and not just have it on, one elevation, but to wrap it a certain distance, and both in color and the window treatment itself. So it sort of like puts a cap on the sort of the vertical end of the building in 3 dimension. The windows, steel sash storefronts, the windows on the lower level it'll be a composition of the window system itself with horizontal trim, metal trim that's the same color as the window frame. And then also we have it at the base. So it's like I say, it's just not a window in a punched CMU opening. It's it's meant to look structural, both in the window itself and the framing of that opening. And the base material, we're big fans of CMU, in particular split face. We love the sort of stone-like quality of that. We're big believers in buildings need a base, need something substantial to sit on. So the idea is that bigger windows, a more substantial base, and when you get up above that, then we go to this more lightweight panel system. And the windows, while they're still sash, they're smaller in scale. But there's a sort of a family of window opening elements that we just apply differently depending on which level it's at. Next slide. So I go back to the street, the aperture where it opens up for B Street, or this conversion of B Street and the other street, I forget the name of it, but it's right near, Brew. We feel that, if there's this, I think Tom pointed out earlier, that if there is a part of this district that a taller building works and it works in scale, it's certainly along that stretch. And I think this particular north elevation looking south really reinforces that. Next slide. At the street, the balconies provide that sort of setback relief. And again, having them on both corners helps a lot. Even you can see that the bedrooms can move forward. You see the indentation between the bedrooms, draws you into the entrance into our new offices. Christine mentioned the raised planters, the CM, which is also done in CMU with a concrete cap. Enough landscaping to kind of hide the clutter of the, anything that gets piled up against the window in the offices. You know how architects are. We love to do that. But and then, we have a kind of a green screen on the southwest corner of the CMU, which is actually our stairwell. And if you go to the next slide, that green screen, actually, you don't see it because of the tree, but it does wrap around the corner. And so these smaller windows, again, trimmed like the windows facing the street, a slightly different reveal texture, but that's our vertical circulation for the stairwell and so forth. And then the next slide. So we're huge fans of lighting, and we feel it's an art form that sometimes has been forgotten about, and we love to illuminate our buildings in a tasteful, graceful way, but to draw interest. And we're really pleased with how this has turned out. Both the paseo, which I think you can see some of the steel sash windows on the other side of the punched metal gate. You see our gallery conference room there on the corner, right by the address, and then the illuminated vertical element taking you to the entry into the office component on the first level. So that concludes my comments. I'm going to give it over to Peter, who's going to direct the Q&A, and we certainly are looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
So that does conclude our presentation, but we are all here, ready, willing, and with bated breath to answer any questions any of you may have.
Excellent. Well, thank you for a thorough presentation. Very well done, very concise and to the point. Lots of things to cover in a short amount of time. So thank you for your preparedness. Before we get into questions for the applicant, I believe we should take maybe a 10-minute recess to refresh ourselves. And so we'll go ahead and reconvene at 7:02. Sound good? All right.
All right, members of the DRB and CHB, if you can please turn your cameras back on. CHB member Garrett, if you can please turn your camera on. CHB member Garrett, if you can hear this, if you can please turn your camera back on.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. For those just joining us, this is the Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board joint meeting. We are on item 8.1, which is a public hearing for the flats at 528 B Street, file number PRJ 20-005. We've heard from staff, we've heard from the applicant, and now I'd like to hear from the public. So let's go ahead and open up the public hearing for public comment period. And each member of the public wishing to speak has 3 minutes to speak, and it would be on item 8.1. So I'll turn it over to staff to start the clock and start taking public comment.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. At this time, it doesn't appear that anybody is raising their hands. I'll give it a few though. All right, it looks like one member of the public is raising their hand. Denise, if you can please, we're going to give you permission if you can please state your name for the record and unmute yourself. The clock will start when you start.
Hi, my name is Denise Hill, and I've lived in the St. Rose District for 29 years. And this is a tough one, and it's concerning that it has to be this tough. It's certainly a building that I don't mind the design of. If it came in at 3 stories, I'd be telling you guys, go ahead, everybody vote yes, let's get this built. Unfortunately, here we are again with a building that's going to tower over contributors on either side. Really don't mind about the garage and blocking the garage. It's actually the best looking garage in town. Not too concerned about the density because we just had the city lawyer weigh in the last couple of weeks about the increase in density with the station area plan that's in the process or has just been approved. That is actually increasing enough units that we don't need to see the density in our historic district. It is the historic district that was formed because the first one because it was the most concerning at the time that developers, because of its location, would basically destroy the historic district. So it was the first residential historic district to save it from that happening. And unfortunately, we keep running into these situations where we get these really, they don't match the streetscape. The buildings don't match the streetscape. They're too big. They overwhelm. If you look at the Moore building, which is now the 615, if you look at the actual part that is next to contributors, it's brought down to 2 stories, even though it's 5 stories on the where it's on a parcel that is not in our historic district. If you look at the Caritas Village project, and I'm not going to say that there's that was a really egregious project as far as the results for our historic district, but the tallest building there is 4 stories. And when you think about pedestrians and the pedestrian streetscape that's appealing, it should actually not overwhelm, not stand out. And the pedestrian experience, and if you just have a straight up wall of a building, like you do with the AT&T building, instead of something when you look at, other buildings that actually don't loom over you and don't have just a straight up no setback, no step back situation, it is not a good pedestrian experience. So we'd love if this was 3 stories, 5 stories is not with keeping with our historic district. And I really hope that there's some agreement we can come to where it can get built, but it's sensitive to the historic district. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Next up, we have a Roy Lewison.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, I will begin. I wanted to thank both boards for the opportunity to speak about this. Again, Denise and I seem to be thinking very much alike. I find the building itself very appealing. I have no problems with the architectural style. I appreciate the referencing of other buildings in the neighborhood. Again, the question comes down to height and what that does psychologically. No matter how sensitive a building is, if it gets too big, it's no longer sensitive. And so about this, I also agree with Denise. Coming on the heels of the City Council vote to preserve the 35-foot height on the contributing properties of the neighborhood, again, I'm a little bit caught off guard. I appreciate that this property is not a contributor, and because of that, I'm not stressing the decision of the City Council, but we're still in the historic district. It's still part of the historic district. It might be peripheral, but only in the same sense that a hand or a foot is peripheral. And if you hurt it, it becomes central. So I'll just say that. And otherwise, I want you to know that I do appreciate the quality of the work that's been presented. And I have no problem with that, especially the night views. You're very much right. The lighting effect is very, very poetic. So that's the end of my comments, and thank you for letting me speak again.
Thank you, Mr. Lewison.
Chair Kincaid, with that, we do not have any additional hands raised at this time. Oh, wait, no, we just got one, Greg Parker. And Great. You can unmute yourself when you're ready, and the timer will start.
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead.
Yep. Greg Parker. I'm in the St. Rose Historic District. I've been here for 27 years. And I understand the city's desire to get growth on the downtown area. I just have a problem with too much coming into the historic district, picking down the edges of the historic district and go on as high as they can go. There's parts of the downtown stationary specific plan, and I know we're not supposed to be talking about that because it doesn't apply, but Bill Rose said it would fly through on the downtown stationary specific plan update. And in that, it says in the event of any conflict between the following standards and those of the primary zoning district, which I would presume would be, something mixed use, core mixed use, those applicable to the H combining district shall apply. So that would be telling you that a 35-foot height limit would be the one that should apply. When you get into the height limits, I'm talking about, it's 20-28-040 historic combining district. It's the guidelines. And I don't know whether they're in the I know they weren't in the 2007 downtown station area plan, but I don't know how that works. I can't find it in there. But on this one, it said height limits within the combining district are more restrictive than the height limits within the primary zoning district. No structure in the H combining district shall exceed maximum height of 35 feet and 2 stories, except as provided by subsection E3C. And that says the increased height limit does not detract from the character of the preservation district or any adjacent contributing properties. Well, you've got contributing properties on both sides of this parcel. I'm with Denise and Roy. It's a beautiful building, but in our opinion, it's just a little too high. And this kind of shows why we spent the time to get the variance of 35 feet on the contributors in this area, because our history in the past is that nobody pays attention to it. They just blow right through that 35 foot and they go right up to as high as they can go. So thank you for your time. Appreciate you doing the work on this, and we'll talk later.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you. And we have another hand raised, Thomas Pope. You can unmute yourself now and start when you're ready.
Hi, I'm the north property is the Lomi Psychotherapy Clinic, and I'm the clinical director of the building. And we do have some major concerns with the building. The balconies and the windows look over our property, and it's going to create a privacy issue, both visually and sound-wise, for our property. And we are a psychotherapy clinic, and this is going to have an impact on our work, because there will be sound, and we will have to live with it. But I think it's too high. I understand the reason for it to be, for financial reasons, to be as high as it is, for them to make money with the apartments, but it still has an impact on our building and negatively. Also,
Hold on, if we can pause the timer, we lost you for a second.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. So besides the privacy thing, the building is so large, and in the winter time months, for sure, there's going to be a shadow on our building, so we're going to be dark. And I think the sun in the south will not reach our building, and that's going to negatively impact us. And the other thing is, I'm very concerned about B Street. It's dangerous already. It's a curve. There will be delivery trucks that stop moving in. There will be trucks out there. That's going to be very dangerous for that, being right on the curve. And that's already a problem, and this is going to create more of a problem. And so that's a major concern for us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pope.
And with that, Chair Kincaid, we are not seeing anyone else with their hands raised.
We'll give it a moment. We seeing anybody come forward?
Negative. No one is raising their hand at this time.
Okay. Are there any voicemails or other correspondence that need to be read into the record?
No, the only other correspondence was read in by Planner Murray during her presentation.
Okay, excellent. Then we will go ahead and close the public hearing, public comment portion, and bring it back to the board. Let's start out with questions for the applicant team. And we'll go ahead and start out with Board Member Wicks. Questions for the applicant team.
Yeah, thank you very much for the thorough presentation. I'm curious, if somebody from your team can talk about the trash and how that's going to be picked up on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. I see in the building there's a trash area in the northeast corner of the building. How's it accessed by the apartment dwellers? And then what happens? What's the procedure for, do all the trash bins go out to the curb? If I could get a little detail on that.
Yes, this is Peter Stanley. So we are looking at doing concierge service for garbage, so that would be taken down and put in the garbage bins that are in the garbage area that's at the northeast corner of the building. And yes, those bins will be rolled out just about like every other infill business in downtown Santa Rosa. They get rolled out. The rule of thumb is that every unit has about 32 gallons of garbage a week. And so depending on how much we can get through recycling and how much we can reduce waste through other practices within the building, we're either going to have once or twice a week pickup. We think we can get it to once a week pickup. And those bins will be moved out. There's an exhibit that we had as part of our submittal that showed that we could get the bins out to the street and still maintain ADA path of travel access behind them on the sidewalks. And we will have somebody on site, so those bins will be put out the night before and they will be brought back from the street within an hour to 2 hours of the garbage trucks arriving. So if they show up at 6, then by 8 o'clock, all the bins will be back off the street.
Great, thanks. What about load in and load out for tenants? You know, hopefully they move in once and there for a very long time. But are you going to put up cones? I mean, what's kind of the strategy for load in and load out?
So the idea behind the load in, load out is that we will get an encroachment permit from the city of Santa Rosa that gives us that. In other words, these are small units too, so it's not like you're moving into a single family home where you've got, you know, an 18-wheeler moving truck that brings in. So the idea is that the truck would come out, cones would go out, traffic calming would happen, move everything out into the courtyard, then the truck goes away, and then you move everything upstairs into the unit. So it's only, the units are only there, I mean, the trucks are only there as long as it takes to unload them, not for the entire move process. And we're looking at, to the degree that we can, having those move-in, move-outs occur on the weekends. And to the degree that we can, maybe on the initial move-in where you're gonna have more people, sort of a more consolidated move-in, that we would try and you know, schedule those so that you don't have 4 moving trucks lined up on the street, but that we would schedule those move-ins. As you know, the sort of move-in, move-out after you've got to stabilization happens just a little bit more organically. You know, it happens as a one-off. And we would still maintain that same encroachment permit idea of having somebody on the street, making sure that it was a safe condition.
Perfect. On your north elevation and maybe a couple of the other ones, that I noticed your datum point to your 55-foot height limit appears to be at the bottom of the cornice. Is that just a Revit or a CAD misalignment of your datum point, or is it really to the bottom of the cornice?
No,
it's to the top. Yeah.
It's to the top of the cornice, and then that will also act as somewhat of the screening for the rooftop equipment too. So that parapet wall will also sort of do double duty for the lower equipment.
Okay, but it is 55 feet top of parapet. Is that fair?
Correct.
The cornice itself, can you give me an idea of the size and scale of it? I appreciated your kind of detail. Is it 2 feet high and 2 feet deep, or?
You can take that one.
Yeah, it's probably more like 30 inches from the top to the bottom of the bevel.
Okay. And then lastly, the sun studies. Susie mentioned we were going to see some sun studies. Do you have those available to show us?
Yeah, those were in your package. If they want to pull them up.
I don't know if any of the other board members, but I had trouble opening some of the materials in the package. It wouldn't stay open, and when I scrolled up, deleted. But
yeah, Henry, I was actually going to tell you the sun studies are in there, and then they also have a trash like exhibit, I guess I would call it, as part of the information. I was going to defer you to that, but
all right.
It seemed like Peter answered your questions pretty succinctly and quickly on that. So that, yeah, they all are. That's all in here.
Okay, I'll stop at that and try to reopen that and see if I can answer my questions about sun study. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wicks. Board Member Wiggle, questions for the applicant?
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Maybe I missed this. I was looking for fencing type 2, which I think was on the Quadriga drawings, and I can't seem to find it. I saw a 6-inch curb noted on BKF's drawings, but no notations of the fence design. And then also in the building elevations, it looks like the type 1 fence that's around the Paseo is indicated for the southern fencing, which is indicated at type 2. So can you guys elaborate on that one for me?
Christine, can you grab that one?
Yeah, so yes, the type 2 fencing is on the second page. It's the one with the images and the legend for the planting. It's a welded wire fence. So it's more visually open than the more decorative metal fence. And that will be on the back side, the alley side, the garage side.
Well, I'm seeing it now, Christine. It was just, I think I lost it because it was in all the imagery there as opposed to being like specifically called out. So then, so if you have that welded wire that's on the south side, what are the gates on either side of that? Are they similar?
The gate
the
is
type
still
1?
the decorative gate.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
We may do the wire input, but it'll have a thicker post and an overhead.
Okay. So still on fencing here a little bit, and I don't want to play, I guess, building code official, but something I noticed is on the Paseo gate, you have it indicated as 4 foot 5 inches, and unless I don't know my building code like I think I do, I think the maximum size for a gate is 48 inches for an egress path. So I'm just curious what the design implications would be reducing the size of that gate to comply with code, to adapt to that restriction.
I don't think there would be any. I think we were working with a pre-formed panel size, so I didn't realize there was a max gate size. So
yeah, it's in chapter 10 of the California Building Code. Blame the architect, right, to bring up a gate size. So that's okay. I think I just was curious. It sounds like
you'll have to cut it down. So
yeah, so just cut it down. That's an easy answer, and it doesn't really impact anything else except maybe like the size of that canopy, I suppose. The I guess the sunshade / rain shade canopy.
Yeah, we're all pulled in. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So unfortunately on a code question, at the rear entry for the residence, the double door, appears to be a 6.0 door, so the panels are 3 feet, and it, based on my finger measurements, I guess, that the distance between the ramp and the building face appear to be about 5 feet. So that leaves you 2 feet left over, and you can't do that by code. You can't cut your egress path in half like that. So I'm curious about that, those double doors and how they egress out and how you turn left and right to move through the Paseo. What I think is going to be the design solution there to deal with that, because I know that you don't want somebody coming down those stairs and having a door open and then somebody running into a door and smacking their head. So I'm curious how that impacts your overall design.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think we thought we had the dimension we needed when we were working on that ramp with civil, so it's something that we'll have to work out.
Well, does it interfere? You're talking about the double doors coming out of the lobby? Is that what you're talking
yeah,
about?
the resident lobby, yeah. You probably just have to tuck them back, right, Mitch?
Yeah, they'll have to be set in, or just have a single door with a side light. So you open it, the door closes, you can go right and go up the stairs. It actually doesn't interfere with the ramp. The ramp's on the other side, up against the north property line.
Right, but I think there's like a limited amount of space between the door swing and the wall.
Right.
Yeah. So, but if we can tuck it in, that'd be great.
Yeah, we got plenty of room in that lobby to do that.
Yeah, it was more of a design question, Mitch, from like an elevation standpoint. It doesn't seem to affect anything. I just wanted you to confirm that.
Well, the other thing about tucking it is it'll protect the opening too. If we did that, bring the door inboard.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess I've got 2 other questions. Sorry. Where is it? I lost it. I'm sorry. I wrote all these notes and I lost it. So the The Kingspan product, I'm assuming you said it's an insulated metal panel. You're just changing the reveal sizes.
Correct. And color.
Right, in color. And that's probably a response to the new energy efficiency standards in the code. Did you look at any other material options aside from that? Because I know that insulated panel's kind of hitting on a couple things, right? It's economic, it's efficient, it looks good, and then it's nailing that energy goal.
I mean, it started with Hardy, that one that they have, and then we went to the more of a rain screen approach, which was too expensive. So this kind of was the middle ground. And we like it. We think it's a good product.
Yeah, it was a response to the Nichiha cost that came in, which was significant, double the cost of the Kingspan. But we were able, as you said, Drew, we're able to sort of hit a number of items with that, and then also just ease of installation of not having a bunch of different coming in and putting in this product by matching products like that.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. And then I guess my last one is on the entry point off of B Street. I worry just a little bit about kind of the CMU on both sides and then your glazed door in the middle. I know, traditional storefronts tend to not have that kind of solidness to them like that. They tend to be a little bit more open for security and kind of, for lack of a better word, squatter prevention, if you will. And so I'm curious if you guys look, if there's a structural reason why those two kind of wing walls to that main entry are CMU, or if it was more of just a design intent to kind of flank the entry with that textural CMU that you've got. That's my last question.
Yeah, I think it was as much as anything to bracket the larger window, looking into the conference room. And then it just seemed, like we need some structure there. So just turning it into where the door is. Are you thinking about having glazing on that perpendicular wall?
It's just a thought. It's something that hit my mind. I've done a number of kind of residential or commercial infill projects, actually not here, but other places, where that always seems to be a concern with homeless folks and whatnot, trying to, or a safety issue because someone can hide in that alcove, you can't see them, that kind of thing. That was more where my question came from.
Well, the door will be, is a glass door. So it's got, it has a frame, of course, but so you'll be able to see, if somebody's camped there. But yeah, it's definitely an issue in the downtown in general.
Yeah, it's just a thought, if you guys are thinking about that. That's it, Scott.
Thank you. Good questions. Board Member Sharon, questions for the applicant team?
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
And Vice Chair Hedgebeth, questions for the applicant team? You're still muted.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kincaid. All right. And thank you. Excellent presentation. And I had been thinking a lot about the service. There are some great questions about trash and valet services, and we're all aware that the parking from the garage, the handicapped people coming out of the garage, they'll go to an uncovered area, so they're already uncovered on their journey to the proceedings. I'm not sure if it's all going to be handled on the internet or texting if someone is handicapped coming into the public garage and then exiting out is going to be visiting the development architectural office versus the residential core. The wonders of all of the seating and so forth. Hopefully there will be a path for that wheelchair that will not disrupt the aesthetics or coziness of sitting for people in the LA than the Paseo. At the same time, my right thinking is going to be they're coming in a car and they'll be in that garage. They won't necessarily, because of B Street's activity, B Street being more and more vigorous, no one's going to have flashing lights there. They'll just find their way down the ramp and thread through to the front of the building. And that's my understanding. Is that the polite protocol in that effort?
Warren, there are a number of ways that could happen. Of course, you know, somebody Ubers in, dropped off, that's one thing. Somebody parks in the parking garage. They can come into the lobby because the lobby of the residential actually has access into the office space as well. And so that's more a situation of, you know, how would we manage our office? Because we will be in there with Tom. Manage our office if we did have somebody who was arriving in a wheelchair.
I think you're right about the back residential. That's certainly in inclement weather that works well. And I think from a code standpoint, because of your exiting, you've got to have your exits out of your commercial space swing out. Obviously, that's been the undercarriage conversation here, but it would seem to me that you're going to pass muster by simply allowing people to come down the ramp that come to your office and Tom's and swing in to that lobby zone that's residential. And that's probably what's going to happen. Whether you need door activations, if you suck the door in, as Drew said, you're going to need some door activation system that they can push on so that they don't have to try to finger for the opening if it's recessed. I had another question. This may be for Mitch and perhaps also Mark. If we go to the cultural heritage reference drawings, and the one I'm looking at is kind of the reference sheet that you had sourced. And the reason I want to bring this up is, let's see which drawing that is. It would be the one with all the St. Rose district with 600B on it, 823 and 442. And what's interesting here is that obviously there's a lot of different buildings here, and it's interesting that the older building that Tom Carson's office used to be in is, I call it modern. And in places like Paris, it started way back in 1910. We had the Pan American in San Francisco and other historic buildings, not in this area, like the old Jaeger building, and for that matter, the older offices, Drew, of Axia, those are all modern buildings. And they have this strength to them that the reveal lines and the windows, the windows are typically recessed, and they don't necessarily have lintels on them. What's interesting is over on 442, there isn't a crosslintel. That's not a craftsman building, so to speak. 823 Washington, to us degree, again, it's an up and over. And 523B, those windows basically are tucked tight. The upper lintel on those, they don't really have a lintel. It doesn't project over. What I wanted to do was, I worked for a while on the building in Sebastopol on High Street. It was an all concrete modern. A guy returned back from Navy duty fighting on Midway, and he knew how to pour concrete. He's a Seabee, so the whole thing is a concrete bunker, which is really hard to modify. But my comments are, when we go to the building in question here, if we go to the west elevation, everyone, you can take your thumbs and you can expand the west elevation. And what's interesting is and I think this is a wonderful elevation. I just wanted to note this. When it was drafted, to my liking, the bottom right window at the bottom, that is a window that is a crisp, clear square. And it could be flush with the panels, the Kingspan. in my opinion. If you go to the top upper right, and this is not to be fussy, there's some things where the lintels push over, which is kind of a little craftsman, which may be, in my opinion, a bit over. It's not quite jiving with the strength of the Kingspan. When you go to the renderings, the 3D renderings, which are gorgeous, you'll see the same thing kind of plays out. The renderer was obedient. This is the perspective, kind of your money shot, the front elevation. What you'll see there is it appears to be at the bottom right. That's just a square wrap. It does project, and then the one in the upper left kind of comes out. In your architectural elements, what I see in Division 7, window with trim, it's those are really projecting out with the lintel projecting out, and I think I counted over 6 different types of windows, and this is not necessarily to fault things, but you've got 6 lights, you've got 2 lights, you've got various things going on, and my comment in general is that, or my question in general is this: as you sourced carefully, it was a lot of work with you, and Mark, I appreciate your work as well. It's well executed what was said. There is this drive to look at inclusiveness and contextuality. At the same time, your steel sash storefront windows, that kind of number 4, that's a historic building as well. And this is an office building. It's not necessarily, well, it's a combo building. And because it's mixed use, you've threaded the needle with trying to create a storefront condition, a larger lamp-like element at the street, which is what I believe the board, many people hunger for. We hunger for a project, a poster child project, which is a functioning, actual, you know where your desks are. This building is designed in an internal, incubated way where real people with real jobs and real housing is going to happen. It's not speculative, and that's why it's so finely grained. So I'm not here necessarily to comment or to question the 6 light, 2 light. It's almost kind of a combination Japanese modern. I'm just here to say that the front of the building, to my mind, the strength of the sides of the building and the rear, that crispness of the Kingspan flying through and the reveals all matching, is a handsome gesture, and it seems a little distracting to go into a lintel wrap, more of a kind of a border line where the windows aren't flush, because so many of the buildings you and Mark sourced actually have a more flush line. It's more about the recess of the window than the trim kind of bulging out. And maybe that was more of a comment than a question, but it was just I'm sorry.
It was a commented question, so
yes.
Anyhow, I don't know if you want to address that, Mitch, and just talk through your thoughts there.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, Warren's on to what we're trying to do, which is the street facade windows will not only have trim in the inset of the opening, but on the face of the siding. So whether we got it exactly right based on, the material board, that's the general design intent. So we do it on the street, and then when we wrap one bay of windows on the north side, we do it there. And as I tried to say in my comments, we were thinking of that as like a sort of a vertical cap on the end of the building that sort of just turns the corner. And then we go down, and then we still got to figure out how we're going to change that color. I mean, what I'd like to do is have that wrap be out of plane with the siding as it goes along that north elevation to the east. But that's a detailing question for Kingspan that I got to figure out. But once we turn that corner, then we go to just a window inset, and the trim is confined within the punched opening, and there's nothing on the surface. So now whether or not we capture that from one of these
contributing buildings. We thought we did, but you know, in our coaching from Mark, you know, it presented, and he can weigh in here, two different opportunities of a sort of historical detailing approach. So I don't know if I'm responding to your comment or even giving you an answer. It's just that was our intent.
So to chime in, if I may, Mitch, there's a foundational kind of conceptual difference between the previous building and this current building that I kind of underline in what I see going on in contemporary design versus historic design. Contemporary design tends to be integrated proportional slabs. Historic design tends to be punctuated proportional planes. How you address the punctuations in those planes, that's where all the design happens, is at the integration that changes in materials and changes in planes. And window trimming, et cetera, is far more of a traditional design theme. Beautiful comment, Mr. Hedgepath there, because, you know, I didn't even track that. I was looking for the planes and the proportions to be fabric and correct to the district. That's there. The integration of those two, 7, 8 windows. Most of the historic houses, most of the historic buildings only have 2 or 3 window designs. I don't have a problem with this complexity and contradiction. It's a good thing.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgepath. And I have no questions for the applicant team at this time. So I will turn it over to Chair Muser to go through the Cultural Heritage Board for questions.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Member Groniga, do you have any questions for the applicant?
First of all, I would congratulate both the staff and the applicant in their presentations. I thought they were both very thorough. And as I understand it, for the Cultural Heritage Board, the issue of height may be the largest question, or tallest question, I guess you'd say. One of the things I'd like to know from the applicant or from the staff, I guess, is what is the height of the parking structure behind this building? Because so much of what this is about potentially is the screening of a 5 or 6 story parking structure as you face east, of course. But I was just curious as to the height of the parking structure.
I think isn't it 47 feet? Didn't I see that?
That's a number that sticks with me, 47 feet.
And so, in fact, this building is taller than that parking structure?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, I guess I didn't read it that way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Veronica. Board Member Garrett, questions for the applicant?
Yes, I have 2 questions. I'd like to know what the dimensions of the windows in the upper stories are on the front facade on B Street.
On the upper floors?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're probably 6 feet wide by probably close to 6 feet. They're square. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you. And then do you know what the depth of the balconies are? Or is? I don't know how you phrase that.
I get it. They're 6 feet deep.
6 feet. Okay, and will you have any restrictions as to what can be on those balconies?
Yes, we absolutely will. There will be rental agreements and what can go on there. Nothing visible above the railing, certainly no towels and laundry and things hanging over the sides.
That was my concern. Thank you. And I appreciate that you are going to be occupying the commercial space. It appears to me that the building on Hillsburg Avenue and 10th, that commercial space is unoccupied, and that is not very helpful in the district. So thank you for that, and thank you for a great presentation. And that's the end of my questions.
Thank you. Board Member McHugh, questions for that?
I don't really have any questions. Oops. I don't really have any questions other than to compliment both the applicant and staff for a pretty comprehensive presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't have any questions either, so I'll turn it back over to Chair Kincaid.
Excellent. So the way in which we operate, and I'll go by historical reference since we have Cultural Heritage Board here, is that we've gone with the design review portion of the meeting first. So I'd like us to entertain a motion for the preliminary design review approval, which would then lead us into our discussion, comments, and friendly amendments. So with that, I will leave it to the board to make that determination.
I'd like to forward a motion to approve the project for preliminary design review, deferring the final to staff, and waive the reading of the text.
I'll second that.
I missed who seconded. Was it Board Member Sharon?
It was me.
You were quick, on and off the mic. All right.
Efficiency.
That's right. All right, so we've got a motion and a second for approval of preliminary design review with deferment of final to staff. So let's go ahead and open it up for comments and friendly amendments to that motion. And we'll start with Board Member Wicks.
I'd be supportive of the motion before us. Land use zoning, current design of the building fits both those, meets a need in the city, providing some diverse housing. It's a dense development. I also like that it's a mixed use development that has a commercial use on the ground level. I'm not going to belabor the points, but I think I can make all 6 findings required for design review approval, and I'll let the rest of the board continue the discussion.
Thank you, Board Member Wicks. Board Member Wagle, comments, friendly amendments?
So yeah, I think Mitch and Peter heard us last time, and they've come back with a project that I think is much more attractive, while also providing a lot of amenities, I think, to the potential residential clientele in terms of kind of just the reworking of how the facade operates. So I really appreciate that. I do have a couple kind of minor comments, and they're really, I think, more personal preference for me. But they may make the project a little bit better. So I really actually like I do appreciate the Nichiha kind of cedar panel that you're going to utilize in the soffit. I think that adds a level of warmth to the project that it doesn't have otherwise. I mean, there's a lot of stark materials in terms of insulated metal panel and corrugated metal and CMU and things like that. And so I'm wondering if you might want to consider, I would say, introducing a little bit of that Nichiha, perhaps in where you have the tighter reveal line for the Kingspan, primarily I think on the north facade, and then I think there's some other spots for that. I think actually in the B Street facade, the west facade, that center component that's got that tighter panel reveal, I think that might be really interesting in a separate material because you kind of elevated it with your lighting on the building. And I think a warmer change of material there might be really intriguing and might bring the scale of the building down a little bit. Instead of having kind of like green, gray, green, you might have that green, gray, kind of cedar, warm brown in the middle, and then green and gray again. It might help the rhythm and kind of compress the building a little bit. So I'm not personally, I'm not in love with split face concrete. I think it has its purpose and its place. I don't know if this is it. And the reason I say that is because you know, there is some kind of stone in the district. I mean, the St. Rose Church is a stone building, but there's a lot more kind of stucco and concrete, and kind of there's a couple of Art Deco examples around the area that are smoother. So I'm wondering if like a shot blast CMU that's got a smooth finish but still has that revealed texture might be a little bit more in you know, jiving with the adjacent buildings, or maybe like a limestone block. You know, that probably is a little too expensive. I think the shot blast is in line with the split face cost wise, if not maybe even less expensive. So that may be something to explore. And then obviously I had the question about the glazed entry at the front. I think you should consider glazing that, but keeping, you know, corner columns, you know, of structure, that heavy structure, what that CMU block. I think that'd be very nice. And then just kind of infill the middle. I think that'll open up the front a little bit. And then I think with the introduction, you know, kind of that door situation we talked about at the rear entry, I think if you press that in, that gives you an opportunity to create an entry point, whether that's a small, you know, cantilevered roof of some type, you know, to kind of indicate an entry at that side for the residents. I think that'd be interesting there to kind of act, you know, to have a drawing point for the eye as you enter the paseo, to kind of indicate where that entry point is, because it feels like it doesn't exist right now a little bit, unless I missed it. And then finally, you know, the last time we saw this project, I think I made some comments about the height of the building. I think the public was very clear in how they feel about the height. The challenge, like I said last year, is that it's a project serving two masters, right? You have the downtown station area plan, and you have the historic district, and you have to kind of meet both requirements. It's hard to do both and have good design all the way around. And I think you guys have done actually a really, really good job with both of that. And I understand the economic component as well, because I think, you know, if you start lopping off, you know, 2 floors on the front, you know, 30 feet, then maybe you don't have enough rental income to pay for the, you know, the construction loan, right? So that's a real challenge, and I'm gonna maybe defer to my colleagues on Cultural Heritage Board on that one. I'm okay with it. I think being 5 feet or 5 stories. I wish there was a creative way to get kind of what you want, but it doesn't seem like there is. And then finally, one moment, sorry, my children. I apologize. I had some fighting children. And lastly, I think the shadow studies are telling a little bit regarding the height for the adjacent properties. I think it's really clear that this is a big building and what it's going to do from a shadow standpoint. So that is a consideration. But again, how do you get density without going vertical? Again, that's a kind of a two masters thing that the project has to serve. And I don't know. I don't have the answer. But I think it's certainly something you guys have thought about, and you did a lot of work, and I appreciate that. And this is a challenge, and you did a fairly good job attacking it. So thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Wagle. Board Member Sharon, comments, friendly amendments?
Yes. Good luck, Drew, with all the background excitement there. It always happens at the perfect time, of course. Yes. Yeah. First off, obviously, thank you, Planner Murray, for a great presentation, for shepherding this this project over the past months, years. And applicant team, thank you very much for a really solid package and a solid building, and for the decades of investment and work that you put into this site. And I also very much appreciate all the work that you've done since we saw this a little over a year ago. Yeah, and comparing, contrasting the plans, looking back at comments, you guys have done a great job with incorporating what we brought up and responding to them, if not incorporating them, and justifying. It's one of the things I really like to see is basically the thought process of what goes on behind the design decisions. So thank you for spelling all that out. Really great, solid justifications for your work. I agree that yeah, the 6 design guidelines that we're looking at are really, I think that it what you're proposing hits all of them, and I think what you're bringing this go around, I feel like you very much refined the proposal in the building, and it's a large building, but it provides what I appreciate with this iteration of it. It is much more balanced, and it's centrally balanced. It's got a nice statement rather than being kind of placed on the site. This area and in this building, I think that for what you're proposing, the height is appropriate for me, and I think is actually a very good use of the space. We are adjacent to and in the historic district, but we're also adjacent to the downtown area, and we're an entryway and a bridge, and entryways are bridges that you have to translate how you're passing through that threshold. And I think this building provides a good way to provide a threshold to the downtown. It marries a bunch of what you're thinking. I think your design detailing does a really good job with referencing the historic context, but then you're also representing or referencing the modern nature of what you're doing, and also the downtown area. I think the height does a really good job with screening the parking garage, and it also references other buildings change that's happening downtown and in this area. You know, from this area, you're also very close to the proposed building over on Ross Street. It's also a larger building. You know, it's only a block away. So I think that it actually provides a good bridge and a good marriage of those two, which is a delicate dance. And again, thank you for the comprehensive package. I feel that I feel confident that you've thought and are thinking about how to get that balance. And I think that it shows both in your details and in the design. Some of the comments that I had last year had to deal with the south face and some of the detailing in the front. I do feel that, yeah, that you guys have incorporated those comments well. I like the addition of the columnar trees in the south entrance and the south face there. I think the south face just for the building itself also is much, it's softer and is more balanced as well. And again, that wraps all the way around. I do like, just like Susie mentioned, that she really likes that the powder coated railing. I think that's a really nice detail touch too, and it does reference the neighborhood. And I think that the southwestern corner is nicely softened there, both by that railing and the wire trellising that's coming around there. And I think that covers what I was thinking of. Yeah, I also just wanted to say bravo on your emphasis on the kind of after hours thought, thinking about the building and the lighting. I think it is very elegant, and I think you've done a really nice job there with thinking about how to provide a very aesthetically pleasing building when you're looking at it, because it's a big visual statement. And a good choice in the color palette and the materials. And thanks very much. That'll do my comments.
Thank you, Board Member Sharon. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, comments, friendly amendments.
Yes, Chair Kincaid. Again, I'm very pleased with this building. I saw in its earliest concept work, and I just want to have an overarching thought about why this is superior design. There's a life to this project. When you look at buildings built in the 20s and 30s, a lot of the historic neighborhood didn't really afford balconies. I actually have a friend that lives in the project just to the south of this with its hallways and so forth. But the gesture of having the hallway corridor quieting down the south elevation, allowing the behavior of residents of that historic building, that's a wonderful gesture. It's really tree-like. If all of us have walked under a deodar, a cedar, or a lot of these evergreens that have big boughs that come out, and you imagine the underbelly of these boughs, and walking by or driving by this building with that cedar and that delicate lacework in the balconies, it's really stunning. It's a building that's alive, and that's a compliment. Wright said some buildings are quiet, some talk, and some sing. And I would like to think that Drew's comment about the cedar in the inset is wonderful. I apologize if I got a little fussy on the window trim, but I just think if it was just square around and didn't have little projections where you are coming out, and it could be as subtle as only 1 inch. As you work with Kingspan and other things, just note that the subtlety of that trim, it need not be loud. So in general, Drew's other comment about that more polished CMU block, I know it's too expensive to do poured concrete, and there are other things to do, but there is something rather alluring and appealing about how we take CMU now and we shave it, we grind the face. And I think that was a great comment, Drew, along with your cedar. Love the lighting. I've done buildings before where you, once people are safely tucked away, driving by this with that vertical light is a wonderful situation. And again, my comments stand on the height and the housing and the economy. Why not have beauty and population? There is nothing in the guidelines that say that can't be done. And I'll have to say it's one of the uglier buildings in town. It's replacing. And I don't think this is a bruise to the eye for anything in the historic district. It's a good precedent of how triumphant balconies, a good cornice line, and people living and thriving downtown can save us from despair. Thank you.
Those are some fantastic comments from all my board members. What I would echo is pretty much everything that I've heard. When I did my site visit, the only thing I would add is that I genuinely felt that this building would fit very well into its location. The biggest struggle that I had with the height was only due to the property to the north. And I think that, knowing that that property at some point in time could be redeveloped or at least repurposed with a 35-foot high building gave me a little bit more comfort. That and also the fact that I do believe that it's a very well designed building. I don't know that you could have taken the design to a greater detail, although I've heard some fantastic comments from Drew and Warren. And, in particular, just the subtleties of the landscape design in such a tight space. You really took advantage of some small areas that take it a million miles further in the comfort and livability. So job well done. I think the way that I want to do this, if it's all right with Chair Muser, is I'm going to summarize kind of our bullet points before we lose them, and then we'll jump over to Cultural Heritage Board and let you provide design comments, and then we can incorporate those as well. Because ours are really quick and easy. So what I have from Drew Wagle, Board Member Wagle, consider north facade portions of the west where there are tight reveal areas to transition to a warmer niche material or something of the like.
Just call it fiber cement. Make it easy.
Fiber cement. Thank you.
Yeah.
Material. Consider more of a smooth shot blast CMU or limestone-like look for the CMU that is currently ground face, split face. Consider fully glazed entry. At the office entry, I should specify. And consider a recess entry at the residential lobby. And Vice Chair Hedgepeth was asking for the consideration of more subtle trim on the entry glazing. And that's all we had for friendly amendments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chair Muser to go through the Cultural Heritage Board for design comments.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Board Member Groniga, do you have comments?
As to design, no real specific comments. I leave that to the architects and engineers here. I would concur actually with the public. Each of the 4 historical districts all complemented the design, even though the issue for them is height, I'm sure. But at the same time, looking at this project, and it is the design, one of the things that most concerned me, I guess, in taking a look at the 2 garages that kind of surround the St. Rose district, that being the one to the southwest, I believe, related to Macy's, the parking lot there is not very attractive at all and does not help that district at all. I would concur again with the public members or the public who said, and I believe a staff member did too, that this garage to the east of this project is probably the best looking parking structure in the city. I would just slightly disagree, as when I was at the JC, I built the parking structure there several years ago, but a lot of folks may not know this. That design was taken from the 7th Street parking structure, you can see a lot of similarity. Also, I must ask your forbearance and forgiveness on my math skills when I was taking a look at the height of this building and the parking structure. I added when I should have subtracted, say that. But irrespective, the nicest feature of this is that it does screen that parking structure. Even as attractive a parking structure it may be, I think the design adds to the district, especially given that it's a non-contributor. It seems to fit well, the 55-foot height as well. So beyond that, I have no further comments at this time.
Hey, thank you very much. Board Member Garrett.
Well, I appreciate that the architects didn't mimic the historic architecture, but took the rhythms and the fenestration of the neighborhood into consideration and used contemporary materials to avoid a false sense of history. I think that was really well done. And I really like the simplicity of your color palette as it's more compatible with the historic district. I noted that design review board member Sharon referenced a bridge from downtown to the historic district. And the CHB's job is to be vigilant that these bridges don't erode the perimeter of the historic district. I feel that the building is out of scale with the historic district and the adjacent buildings. The slide that was shown with the building to the south, that I think it was slide number 4, shows the 3-story apartment just to the south of the building we're discussing, shields the view of that parking lot. Probably because it's the same height or maybe even slightly taller than the parking lot, I'm not sure. But it definitely shields it from the street view. And the Victorians across the street, the 2 ornate Victorians that were relocated across the street, they're each 35 feet tall, which is what the contributors are allowed to be. I think that we need to be really careful that we do not destroy the perimeters of the historic districts. And St. Rose is one of the historic districts that is in the downtown. Almost all of them are or very close to the downtown. And if we value these, I think we need to protect them. We also need to be able to work with projects that are infill, which in a way this is, since the building that's coming down was not a contributor. So I don't think I can support a 5-story building in this place. So I'd like to see it either a 3 or possibly a 4-story, depending on what the height would be. The specific area plan says that new construction should enhance the historic district. And although this building is very attractive, I don't think the height enhances the historic district. It is taller than the church. It's taller than any building in the area, including the parking garage. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Board Member McHugh.
Well, I want to begin by, acknowledging the applicant's attempt to, look at the contributing elements in the district, particularly with respect to, 600 B Street and 523 B Street, and and how they have used those buildings to incorporate into design the structure at issue. We are caught on a dilemma. And as the city wants to develop the downtown, and as we are faced with issues with respect to height, it's one of these things that I think is we're constantly going to have to deal with. As a non-contributor, I don't have a problem with the 5 stories. I think it's an attractive building. I think it's an attractive structure. I wouldn't, I appreciate the members of the public who are concerned, but at the same time, I'm also concerned about the fact that we need the housing, and we need the housing, and if we have an attractive building and we have the housing, then I'm going to be very supportive of that, and I'm not going to be worried, particularly in this particular situation, because this building is a non-contributor, and so I'm supportive of the project, and I'm going to vote for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just go back and as Chair Kincaid did, and recap what each of our board members, at least what I heard. So please chime in if I got something wrong, or you want to change a comment that I'm making. With Board Member Groniga, I heard that he concurs with the public on the design and the approval of the design, concurs with the public regarding the parking structure, and that it's a good-looking parking structure. And that also that it screens well the parking structure as a positive. With Board Member Garrett, I heard that appreciates the contemporary materials that were used, like the simplicity of the color palette, but felt that it was out of scale with the district and the adjacent buildings. And feel strongly that we need to protect the perimeter of our historic districts, and would prefer a 3 or 4 story rather than the 5 story. And with Board Member McHugh, I heard that the fact that it's a non-contributor, that he doesn't have any problem with it being 5 stories. He demonstrated concern for housing needs and feels that this will help provide for housing needs, and is very supportive of housing needs. So, does anybody like to add to that? Okay, and I'll give my comments. Basically, probably with regards to the design review findings, my biggest, well, let me say first, let me compliment staff for their presentation. I thought it was an outstanding presentation, outstanding staff report, and the applicants, you guys just all jumped in and just did a great job. It was a great presentation. I also like the design of the building. I think it's very, very attractive, and I know a lot of work, a lot of thought, and I know you listened to a lot of our comments the first go around, and that's very much appreciated. Where I'm having trouble is with number 4 of the design review findings, which is, and this again comes from the stance of the Cultural Heritage Board, and you know, what our board, at least what I feel our board is supposed to be doing. And that's number 4 is compatibility with the neighborhood. And, you know, so when we look at that word compatibility, you know, compatibility in height, compatibility, similar proportion, the building is just really, really big and it's really, really high. And I just can't really support the 5 stories as far as being compatible with the historic neighborhood. I think that it meets the downtown station area specific plan goals and needs. Hits the nail right on the head, but I don't think it meets the needs and the compatibility of the St. Rose Historic District. And that's the challenge, that's the trouble, but that's kind of the reality, at least in my thoughts. So with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Kincaid.
Thank you, Chair Muser and members of the Cultural Heritage Board. Great comment all the way around. I didn't hear anything from the CHB that would be a what we call friendly amendments to the motion itself, other than there would be some challenges on the height. So I think at this time, before we go ahead and solidify the friendly amendments and do a roll call, I think I'll check in with Bill Rose to see if he can give us any guidance on how best to proceed in getting through our 2 decisions tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kincaid. I'd be happy to do so. So as both boards know, we do have 2 actions tonight. One is the joint design review, and this is where both boards will take action. The findings are design related. Chair Muser just went through the compatibility finding. There are others. It sounds like what I'm hearing the concerns are related in addition to the compatibility finding that Chair Muser just mentioned, but height also. And I just want to direct the board's attention back to the landmark alteration permit. And I also just would like to take a quick moment to talk about height. So there's been discussion about the 5 stories and the 35 feet. And the way it works is that the 5 stories is a height maximum. And when you have discretionary review, you have a maximum you can go to, but you have to go through and satisfy the findings. In a historic district, 35 feet is your height limit. And to exceed that, you have to meet certain findings. And that was what Ms. Murray spent some time on in her presentation, directing your attention to. It's the finding in the landmark alteration permit that allows this project to go over the 35 feet. So if the board's pleased, they could act on the design review, focused on the design review findings. Certainly compatibility is one, but if height is of specific interest, then that can be something that's discussed in more detail with the Cultural Heritage Board and the 35 feet. So I just wanted to put some context to what the actions are. These are appealable actions. They would go to the City Council. Right now, if I'm looking at some votes, it looks like the Cultural Heritage Board, we might end up with if we ended up with a split vote, then that would be a denial. So, and that would not allow the design review to go forward. So I just wanted to add some context to this, and happy to answer any questions that any of the members might have.
Bill, thank you very much. I think that knowing that we can look at the design itself and those issues, those findings, and then the fact that you brought back up that the height issue is really a landmark alteration issue, then we can deal with that with the Cultural Heritage Board. Thank you.
Certainly. And then just one last item, and I'm sure Chair Kincaid, you will do this as you do it pretty much every time, is prior to the vote, I would suggest that we offer the applicants a chance to respond, make sure they understand what some of the directions are, the feedback, conditions, comments, and see if they have any input on what they're hearing. So that'd be my suggestion.
Hey, Bill, I've got a quick question, like a procedural question. So let's say we vote and everybody's, agrees that the design is good and the preliminary design package can move forward. and then say during the landmark alteration permit, they say, nope, 55 feet doesn't work, it's gotta be 35 feet. Does the approved preliminary package now have to come back to design review because it's essentially a change to the approved design?
Not necessarily. That's why I mentioned it's appealable. So the one action, let's say one action gets approved, one action gets denied, then the one that, then anybody can appeal that. And so it could go to the council, and the council would then take jurisdiction over that.
That answers it for me. Thanks.
All right, so before we discuss what the applicant or considers, does Ms. Murray want to take a shot at going through the considers that you heard from us and clarify there first?
You know, I don't. I started to write and you moved along much too fast for me, Chair. So I'm happy to take dictation again. I think generally when we're doing the conditions, the considers, I guess I'm a little confused. I thought that I didn't realize I was doing a readback for them, although I did try to start writing them. But if you would like to, would you mind reading those back again? Because I think you've got them written down, right?
Absolutely, and not a problem.
Save me this time.
Yeah. So consider on all facades where there are tighter reveal areas to change the material to the fiber board?
Fiber cement.
Fiber cement, thank you.
Cedar colored.
Yeah, fiber cement, cedar colored to
cement.
match the soffits. Yeah, fiber cement, cedar colored to match the soffits. That, to just wrap it up completely.
Thank you. How's that one for you, Miss Murray?
I'm not planning on reading them back to you.
That's fine. I think you'll get it.
That's good.
All right. Consider a more smooth CMU, such as a shot blast smoothness or a limestone block look for the CMU areas. Consider full glazing at the office lobby entry. Consider recessed entry at the residential lobby. And consider more subtle trim at the office entry glazing.
I think if I could just drive this point home a little bit, I think what Warren was after, and I'm looking at the 600 B Street building and a couple of the other buildings, the windows don't have any trim on them on the residential units above. And that's, I think, and Warren can chime in, I don't think it was just at the entry. I think it was the west end elevation windows, and the corner northwest also has a trim element, and then the southwest has a trim element. And if I could do 615 Healdsburg Avenue again, I'd take all the trim off of it. So I think this is the right time to get this building. And I think probably some of the detailing with the Kingspan will be easier if it just matches all the other window edges as well. So if I could help amend that consideration that Warren had, and I'll let Warren in his eloquent way jump in on his consideration, but I think that's where he was headed with it.
I'll just say yes. The eye is traveling around this building with these horizontals, and there's verticals as well. And there's a clarity to that makes it pure. When you create a trim that jumps over those seams, it kind of bruises the eye. So I think you've stated it well, Henry, that by having things flush and just looking at the panel material itself and dealing with the recesses, the building has plenty of music with all its window types, 6 light, 4 light, there's a lot going on there. It's already very much a rich palette. And I'm concerned about the eye being distracted. It's a stronger play. to sands to take away from that trim. And we've already got the punched opening in between on the west elevation. You've got in-out recesses. So anyway, that's well said, and I support that.
Yeah,
So
beauty and
I feel like
simplicity.
I think it's leaning more like a shall then with all these strong comments. No? Okay.
I think it's a shall if the applicant's okay with it. If it doesn't, fundamentally detract from how they want to see the building. If they're cool with it, then yeah, it's a shall. But otherwise, I think it would be a consider.
Okay. Well, now is a good time to check in with the applicant team on those considerations, and then primary discussion on the shall or consider for the trim at the what is now the northwest south. Sorry, it's the west side. It's the north and southwest corners. Thank you. Peter, do you want to, or Mitch, do you want to?
Well, I can respond to the trim. I mean, I understand, where Warren's going with it. I mean, the only, this is more of a procedural thing and how we approach these kind of tricky detailing things at times, is to just, get it at a scale where we can look at it, almost mock it up in a sense, I mean, if you go to Kingspan, you'll see both treatments in their literature. So it's not like this is a foreign detail, whether you're, trimming out the inset and then applying something across the surface. So I'm not saying no, and I'm saying, I think it deserves more study. But I get the intent of what, Warren's trying to say.
So you would appreciate the flexibility of a consider.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me chime in there, Scott. Also, is that I think all of these are good ideas, and I think that what we would want to do is go back and study them together as a package, as opposed to pieces of a design.
Right.
So absolutely, these are all great comments, and if you could give us the flexibility of a consider, that allows us to go back and look at this together, and we will do design studies, looking at these various options.
Just a side comment, might I make a comment? Trim is very historic. It's all over the district, and it's not inappropriate to it. I can see the conflict with where it is and where it isn't, but I think it's an addition that is certainly indicative of the district.
So I think that what we've seen from the design team and the collaboration that they've had with their historic architect and us and the CHB and staff, that we might allow them the flexibility in the regard to study these items. But I'll get consensus from the board. So leave it as a consider.
I would accept, I disagree with Mark just a little bit. When buildings go into historic districts, you shouldn't try to steal from the historic architecture. You need to complement the historic architecture. And I think there's something about that applique trim that Warren was that he identified that I feel like it's a little bit like lipstick on the windows a little bit, and I think there's something beautiful about just the simplistic way that the Kingspan window system is designed without an applique, and I think that's maybe what he was trying to get at. And I understand where Mark's coming from, but I think that we need to draw the line and say this is new, this is old, and we're respecting the old by doing beautiful architecture.
Well, even the old from 1920s and the Art Deco building on 600 that if you want to try to draw some parallels from it, there's steel windows and they don't have any trim on them. I feel pretty strongly with Warren that adding that additional lipstick just doesn't do anything for the project. There's so many windows on the rest of the project that don't have that don't interrupt your eye line, and don't try to hearken to a more traditional residential style trim. I think it should be a shall, personally, but.
Well, I think you're listening to 3 out of at least 5 that want it to be a shall. So maybe check in with the Cultural Heritage Board. What are your thoughts? Anybody have any?
I also agree that I don't see a need for it. I think it would look cleaner, and agree with the other DRB board members.
Board member Garrett. Okay. All right. I think it's a shall then, and that's going to head it in that direction. So it's a shall do away with the additional trim on the west and south and northwest corners.
So I can't resist. We'll trade you the trim for a 5th floor. I'm sorry. That's in the gutter kind of mind.
All right, that's a good one. I'll let you slide with that comment.
I don't think so, Mitch.
I'll take it.
Hey, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? There you go.
All right. So with that, I'll just check in with staff. Are you comfortable with the gist of our considers and shall?
Yes, they're very clear, and we have them.
Okay, excellent. Then at this time, for the motion that's on the table, I'll ask for a roll call.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Can you repeat the motioner and the seconder again?
Oh yeah, you know what? We didn't formalize that those got entered into as friendly amendments. So I believe the motioner was Vice Chair Hedgepeth. Do you accept the friendly amendments?
Yes, I do.
And the second was Board Member Sharon. Do you accept the friendly amendments?
I do accept them.
Okay, thank you for that, Mike. Appreciate it. Now we can take the roll call.
So with Cordenbrock abstaining, 1 vacancy, we will start with Board Member Sharon.
Aye.
Board Member Weigel.
Aye.
Board Member Wicks.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
Aye.
And Chair Kincaid.
Aye.
And from the Cultural Heritage Board, with Board Member DeBacher and Vice Chair Fennell absent, 1 vacancy, we'll start with Board Member Gibb.
All right, and so we're voting on the 5 stories. Can you clarify that?
You're voting on the preliminary design review. That's what this action is for.
It is for a 5-story building, but there is a special finding that is on the landmark alteration permit that specifically speaks to the height of the building. So.
I'm going to have to vote no because I am opposed to a 55-story building.
Board Member Groninger.
Yes, I vote A, yes. I think it's a good project and I think it fits well.
Board Member McHugh.
I also vote aye. I think it's a good project and it ought to move forward.
And Chair Muser.
I vote aye as well.
Okay, motion passes. So at this point in time, I'll again ask for Bill Rose to give us some guidance, or is the design review board excused and cultural heritage board carries on, or do we all stick around for the landmark alteration discussion?
The DRB actually could be excused. This is just an action by the Cultural Heritage Board. As a joint meeting,
Can I chime in for a second, Bill?
Sure.
I have a question, and that is, I think we need all 4 members of the CHB to vote in order to pass this, vote the same in order to pass this.
So it didn't pass.
No.
Until the new code, the new zoning code goes into effect, we require 4 members of the CHB, regardless of how many are in attendance, to approve.
Chairs Kincaid and Muser, if you wouldn't mind indulging us just a 5-minute break so we can confirm this and make sure that whether that's true.
Absolutely. Let's do it right.
Thank
Chair
you.
Muser?
Go for it.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes back at 8:55.
Yeah, we did change.
I think it was the 80%.
Okay, I think it's time to reconvene. If I could ask all board members to turn your cameras back on.
I got a message saying the host has stopped my video.
Warnout, you're welcome, eh?
Yeah.
There you are.
Maybe you left it on when you stepped away and they just turned off your camera for you.
Hey, they're just tired of looking at my mug tonight.
That is the case. We turn off the cameras.
Yeah, we've all been there, Henry. So.
Yeah, my camera's off too.
So on our end, we ask you to restart your camera. So there you go. Thank you.
Okay, I think I see everybody back on, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to staff to let us know what they found out.
There you go.
Okay, so Chairs Kincaid and Muser and members, it is true. The Cultural Heritage Board actually has a special provision that it requires four affirmative votes to pass an item. So the 3-1 vote that we got is effectively, it's a denial. So then therefore, since it needs to be a vote consensus between both boards, then that motion and that vote actually failed for the preliminary design review.
So is further discussion on the item allowed, or are we done?
Or maybe a mechanism.
I suspect if we made a motion and a second to open discussion again, but I'm not sure that the motion or the second would change in any way. So it's almost like it's just a revote after discussion.
Yeah, there are mechanisms to reconsider. I believe, though, that has to happen at the next meeting. I can confirm that if that's what the board would like to do. I don't know if there's a mechanism to do it right now. Patty might know. I don't want to put you on the hot spot, Patty, so if you don't know, please just indicate that.
One second, Bill, if you can please repeat that.
It was just a question for our recording secretaries. If either of you know if there's a mechanism to rescind the vote that just occurred and to take another motion and act on it tonight, or does that have to occur at the following meeting, a motion to have that happen, and then the actual vote happens at a meeting after that? If either of you know that, that would be helpful.
Okay, this is the host. I don't have that off the top of my head. My feeling is that if somebody makes a motion and there's a vote to rescind, but if we can have a few minutes, I can look through the council protocols to verify that.
Yeah, we can absolutely get that tonight if the boards would give us a few minutes, if that's what the boards would like to do right now.
Well, Bill, can I ask a question, Scott?
You may.
Sorry. So with the denial of the preliminary design review, does that mean the landmark alteration discussion can't happen at all? Or are they disconnected from one another? Or do we have to do preliminary and then do landmark as the process? And so am I mixing that up again? I'm sorry.
They're distinct actions. So one is with both one board. So yeah, that's what, and I apologize if I was unclear to any of the board members with my discussion about the fact that it's a design entitlement, the design review. It is by virtue of its approval authorizing a 55-foot building and its design. The landmark alteration permit has a more specific focus on height. And so that's what I was trying to indicate. Just to try to put into some context some of the comments that I was hearing. So hopefully that wasn't confusing, but certainly if the boards are interested in reconsidering the action that was just taken at tonight's meeting, I'm actually working on this. I'm typing while we're talking to see if that's a possibility. So a suggestion might be if the chairs are interested in taking a straw vote to see if that is of interest to the boards tonight.
I think design review probably is, and I would offer up the straw vote to Cultural Heritage Board.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Members of the Cultural Heritage Board, is there interest in doing a quick straw vote?
Sure. Let's see where we are.
Yes, I would agree. And I'd like to get something out of this past 4 hours of work we've all been doing. And I would suggest reconsider, pass the vote on the design review board, take us then to the landmark alteration permit. It will go 2-2, it appears, then let the applicants appeal. Because either way, you're going to lose a lot of time and you may lose a lot of us. And so that's a suggestion, Bill.
And Board Member Garrett?
I would be willing to discuss. I feel it's inappropriate to have a 5-story building in that spot. And if we keep eroding the historic districts, we're not going to have any left. And our purview as the Cultural Heritage Board is to protect the historic districts. So I would not change my vote. I think 55 feet is too high.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Garrett. Chair Kincaid, I think we just need to move forward from here.
It sounds like a plan, and with respect to the boards, a lot of time's been spent. I think the applicant walks away with a lot, regardless of where the vote ends up and is cast. And they take, this whole dialogue, well, at times frustrating, takes it to the next step, which will be, I suspect, an appeal to the City Council, and the City Council will be able to digest all of the comments that were made this evening. So, it's this is where we get sometimes as a board, and I think out of respect for each other that we move on.
Can I interject again?
You may.
I think the process requires that the boards have a consensus. In the past, we've had to have the boards vote so that the applicant has requested that the design review board revote and deny the preliminary design review, because the boards have to agree here in order for us not to get jammed up. We have to have a consensus. So I am going to, if I could have maybe a 5-minute break so I can talk to my applicant and find out how they will go forward from here, and also talk to my coworkers and find out the next steps. I apologize. This is just kind of one of those situations. We just need to figure out the answer. But my read of the zoning code says that we have to have consensus between the two boards, which means we can't have one board approve and one board deny. So
I understand. My question to that, it means to an end would be what basis would we be denying preliminary design review if we, as the design review board, find all 6 conditions have been met?
I think what she's thinking about is that it has to be a consensus, and she's right about that. The confusion here is that when we only have 4 members present and we have this other clause that says all 4 have to act in the affirmative, I think that's where the uncertainty is. So it's a specific section in the code. It relates only to the Cultural Heritage Board, and it's unfortunate because we only have 4 members present tonight. So I, again, apologize for the delay, but I think to get it right, it would be very helpful to have a few more minutes to try to see if there is more information we can get from this.
Yeah, certainly. I was just getting at when we come back to reconvene and take a potential another vote. I mean, I would assume that we would have to have grounds to deny preliminary design review.
That's correct. You have to have you only have to find one finding that you cannot satisfy to do that, but that is true.
In the past, we were able to do it based on an applicant request to deny so that they could move forward with their appeal. And
I do believe that you're correct. So why don't we recess again? We'll start with 5 minutes, and if staff needs more time, we'll allow for more time. So let's call it 9:12.
thank you.
Thank you. And if everybody can please turn off their cameras so you'll be able to turn them back on when you return.
wanted to do a quick check-in. It's 9:12. Does staff need another 5 minutes?
Mike? Yes, we do need a few more minutes. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and recess again till 9:17. Thank you.
I'm not sure we're all supposed to be seeing what's being shown on the screen right now.
I was just going to say, you're sharing your screen. I think it's probably Mike. And that's exactly the project I was thinking of.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. We can see where we're at in the process. We'll be with you shortly. Chair Kincaid and Chair Muser, just want to let you know that we will probably need another 10 minutes. Wanted to give you an update.
Thanks for the update. Standing by.
Appreciate everyone's patience.
I feel like we need some Jeopardy music to round this out, though.
Okay, Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board members, sounds like staff is ready for us. So if everyone can return to your live state of cameras on, we can get going again.
Someone's going to have to turn the video on. It's not allowing me on. Oh, Jesus.
Hi, boards, this is Susie, and we are still working on trying to figure this out. And we're looking back at history right now, just so everybody understands. And there is Bill. So I'm going to let him take over.
So first of all, sincere apologies to all board members. This has certainly presented an opportunity that we've not faced exactly in the past. So sorry for the delay. I did get a chance to talk to staff from the city attorney's office. I just want to offer, and I have it here, I can read it. I haven't looked through it in detail myself, but I will read it if the boards choose. Just to go back 2 items. It does appear that the vote as was conducted stands. It would be a denial. So that is true. You have to have consensus between both boards, and in this case you do not, and so therefore that is a denial. I did get some clarification. This is the thing that I could read if the boards choose. We did revisit it earlier. It looked like the decision was no, but it does appear that there could be a reconsideration at tonight's meeting. If that was the interest of the boards, there is a process and a mechanism to do that. So if there's any interest in that, I can read that, which was sent to me by the city attorney's office. Other than that, that is a denial. As I mentioned, that preliminary design review is appealable. It would go to the city council.
While I appreciate the fact that we may be able to reconsider, I suspect that based on the straw vote that CHB board member Garrett would not change her vote, and therefore we would have another failed consensus. And so I just assume let it lie where it is. And I believe that the landmark alteration, as they discussed, was probably going to go 2-2 and fail as well. In which case the applicant would be before city council anyhow. And so unless others see it some other way, I think we just move on.
So we will
Vice Chair, go ahead, Board Member Gronica, and then Vice Chair Hedgebeth after that.
Just a question, it might be more for Bill, is that if I'm following Chair Kincaid, then this would be a denial, the whatever it was, 9-1 vote or whatever. And then we would then vote, because we haven't voted yet on the landmark alteration, and that is assumed to be a 2-2 vote now. And so then that would deny. So then both items would then be subject to appeal by the applicant at a future city council meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, Board Member Gronica, you do have it correct. So if, as I indicated, the vote that was just taken, that does result in a denial effectively. And then if it does turn out to be a 2-2 vote, and that would, for just the landmark alteration permit, that is a denial. Actually, a 3-1 would be a denial because, as I mentioned, the board has to move forward with 4 affirmative votes. It's unique to the CHB. So anything less than that would be a denial. Both of those would be appealable. What we've done also, I believe, in the past too, is when these scenarios come up, because it seems that the height was the issue in this instance, there might be some feedback that could be beneficial to hear from the applicant. So I don't know if the chairs are interested in that or the other board members, but it might be an opportunity to hear from the applicant to see if they have any thing to offer, given the status right now.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth, did you have something to add?
Yes, it's centered on what Bill Rose was mentioning. When across the board there isn't consensus, the record that goes in front of the council, does it really highlight the height, or is it just simply there was not agreement on moving forward because there was 100% consensus? It will be left up to the council to look at the records. The reason I bring that up is that it seemed like, at least on our board, that the project was embraced, and we're not going back to dismantle our findings or the fact that, at least on our board, there was consensus that the 6 prevailing statutes stand. So this denial is actually a denial singularly based on lack of consensus, and there isn't a message sent to council about nibbling away at what was voted on.
Well, when we go forward with an appeal, we will be more than just the actual vote. We will express some of the content of the discussion and the factors that went into that decision. So I think that we will do our best to communicate that effectively and clearly.
Thank you.
Board Member Wicks. Go ahead, Board Member Wicks, and then Board Member Gronigan.
Just another clarification for you, Bill. This is my first experience with having, whether it's one person or 3 people, voice concerns about the height. But I thought that we were taking an action on the design of the building and not on a zoning issue with the building. I don't really think it's our purview to review projects based on zoning. If the zoning allows for 55 feet, then I may have a personal feeling that maybe it's too tall, but it's not really, I don't really feel like it's my purview to say that I can't stand before the project because I think it's too tall or too short or too wide. So I just wanted to hear your comments on the landmark alteration, as I understood the way you explained it early on, is that there would be 2 actions, one for the design of the building and a second action on the height of the building, which
it's a little more complex than that. So the design review, as I've mentioned, the findings, the scope, the focus is design. Obviously, when you take action, whether it's on a joint action or it's just the design review board by itself or it's staff level, whenever you're making findings in a discretionary action, you have to say the project meets the findings. It also has to meet the general plan and the zoning and a number of different things. So there is a compatibility finding. So you could relate it, I suppose, in that sense, but it's by and large is a design entitlement. Still has to be consistent with zoning. In the case of the joint preliminary design review, the zoning allows up to 5 stories. It's not a given. It means you still have to make the findings. It's still discretionary, but it is allowable up to 5 stories. In the landmark alteration permit, it gives a distinction and it says 35 feet is the limit, and you can exceed that provided you make this extra finding. So there's a special circumstance with regard to height under the landmark alteration permit that does not exist with the design review. So it's, a lot of it is kind of different ways that you look at it and how you argue it. You could say that it does satisfy the zoning code. It is within the 50 or the 5-story height limit, and therefore it is satisfactory. You still have to make the findings though, and there is a compatibility finding. It's just that there is a more specific distinction when it comes to the landmark alteration permit. And that was my reasoning for trying to describe that earlier and still trying to do that now.
So I have a question. And what it is that we have a member of the Cultural Heritage Board that is opposed to the height limit. And is that person likely to change their vote? My sense is probably not. So with respect to whether we reconsider all of the things that we do, my sense is that question is settled. Now we need to move on to what the Cultural Heritage Board is going to do with respect to the permit, and I think we should proceed there and have that vote, and then let that be appealed to the council. My sense is unless Member Garrett is willing to change her vote, that's where we are. So let's move forward and deal with that, and let's see and move forward. I mean, because otherwise we're just spinning our wheels here.
May I speak?
Oh, go ahead.
I think the project is great. I just think the height is excessive. It's higher than the parking garage, and the 3-story building right next to it hides the parking garage from the street. I feel that the 55 feet is an excessive height for that district. And I will oppose the 55 feet. I would be okay with a 4-story. I mean, I'd be happier with a 3, but I would go for a 4-story building. But I think that it overpowers the rest of the district. And once you start eroding an historic district, where do you end that? And as the Cultural Heritage Board member, we are supposed to protect our historic districts. So that's why I voted the way I did, and I would again.
If that then's the case, then let's move forward, and what we've done is what we've done, and let the Cultural Heritage Board move forward with the vote on the permit, and the applicant can appeal to the city council, because that's where we are.
Okay. Before we head in that direction, I'd like to get input from the third leg of our 3-legged stool, and that would be the applicant. I know they want to at least have a voice in this discussion. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for a brief dialogue. Again, to Board Member McHugh's point, I think we know where this is headed, but did want to afford the applicant the opportunity to address both boards as we are all here tonight.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. This is Peter Stanley. You can understand our frustration tonight, notwithstanding the fact that we are getting a denial, although there's an 8-1 approval amongst the two boards. That is something that, frankly, is a bit astonishing to us, but we understand this is the process that the city has. To the point of the 55-foot height and it being too much, I would point out that 2 weeks ago, City Council pulled 12 parcels out of the amended station area plan. Those parcels had an FAR of 4 on them, which would have allowed them to go over 35 feet. They pulled them out because of impacts from conversations out of the St. Rose district. I want to make it very clear that they consciously left our parcel in that FAR 4, which not only means that it's an FAR 4, but it's also a CD 5. That means that the council made a very conscious decision that they knew that parcel was going to go over 35 feet. And I think we're having this conversation that 55 feet is too high. That sounds subjective to me. That sounds that if the parcel to the north of us was able to develop by right to the 35-foot limit, that certainly our building is a little bit higher. But that's how the city's evolved. And if the city council did not want the historic districts inside of these priority development areas, they would have excluded them. We wouldn't even be having this conversation because those parcels never would have made it into the policy document. but they did. And for the last 2.5 years, we've been encouraged by council members and staff and frankly, the community to find these priority development sites and intensify development there to bring the desperately needed housing into the downtown. So you can hear my frustration because we have spent well over $100,000 to get to this point to a denial off of one vote. And I realize that the landmark alteration permit will probably lose by 2. But we have been following direction as a developer, as residents of this city for the past 40 years. We have been taking our direction from adopted policy. And this is extraordinarily frustrating to get to this point and to have that policy essentially thrown out the window. So in terms of what Member McHugh is saying, he's spot on. We've got an 8-1 vote here, which in the city of Santa Rosa is now a denial. We are certainly not going to get 4 votes on the landmark alteration. We are ending up at an appeal at council already. And so my frustration and my development team and design team's frustration notwithstanding, we'll take the vote and then we'll go have our conversation with council. Thank you.
Mark Perry here. Can I make comment, Peter?
Of course.
Thank you. This is a tension that I've experienced throughout my 30 years being involved in preservation districts. And it's because there's passion and deep heart for our history and our preservation districts on the part of those involved in them. I think it's pretty clear that the building would be perfect as an addition without a lot of comment, even with trim or not trim if it were 4 stories. The problem is perfection's theoretical. And the only thing that really is perfect is a Greek statue, and those are dead. They're marble. And we have to live, and our neighborhoods have to live, and our preservation districts have to live. And Cappy, you know, I respect you so much, and this is not to pressure you in any way. And this is actually for the other people in the preservation industry that may still be listening. These buildings are going to get built. Big buildings are coming. They're the only ones that work. They're the only ones that can be afforded to be done. And I've said numbers of times to the Cultural Heritage Board in and out of conditions that this isn't Williamsburg. I was educated by the architectural historian of Williamsburg. And that was preserved because it had massive historic meaning for the entire nation. Our preservation districts are important. They're important to our character. The design elements are important for memory. And we don't want to lose them. However, they are going to be affected. These big buildings are going to get built because it's the only thing that is serving the development community and the only things we can afford to build, in effect. I don't like it. I don't like the height of this building, but I look at it and I've looked at it and said, gee, I don't like the height of that. It ain't perfect, but man, it really, really works in the district. My concern has been, and I think this is the first time I've actually said it to the Cultural Heritage Board, and I do it with respect and admiration for what you do and what you have to go through, because it is your mandate to protect the preservation districts and our cultural heritage. And I would like the Design Review Board members to think about that. This is our cultural heritage. It's our history. It's important. It should not be lightly dealt with. It should not lightly be demolished. But neither should it be hamstrings for our future. Neither should these districts keep us from being able to meet the needs of our community. This is hard stuff. It's a hard thing to say, but it's also true. I think, and I've seen numbers of times this happen, where the Cultural Heritage Board, with real intent, real compassion, or I shouldn't say compassion, but a real conviction that they're here to protect our preservation districts, and they are, send it to the city council and it's overturned and it gets done anyway. That's my concern. That's more the pattern. I think the Cultural Heritage Board would be served to navigate more carefully the reality of the pressures. And Cappy, you know, I really respect you, and I would entirely respect your need to vote no and stay there, because that's what you feel is protecting the preservation districts. But I actually believe we're in a new era. It's all around us, and we have to find the way through, and we have to find the way to find the balance and let our common interests come out of as much allegiance to our special interests as we can. But these things have to shift, and it's just going to happen. I think it's probably going to go to the city council, and it'll probably be approved by them, because that's what they're doing. I don't know that actually serves the applicants to the Cultural Heritage Board or the actual intent of the Cultural Heritage Board. I don't know how to put it. This is hard stuff to deal with, and I just offer that up with great respect and admiration for all of you and all of your commitment, both to Santa Rosa, our built environment, and our cultural heritage.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. And thank you, Peter. And I appreciate you both being respectful, obviously understand the frustration and appreciate the respect and admiration of people's decisions and sitting on these boards. And so I think, again, we move forward. I think that's a great conversation piece for your appeal to the city council. Very well put on all accounts. So with that, I think that we should move on to the landmark alteration permit. And I'd be happy to stay on. I don't know that it's required of the design review board, so I'd say that my fellow colleagues on the board can exit off if you want. I don't believe our quorum is required past this point. And I'll turn it over to Chair Muser to take on the landmark alteration.
Okay, thank you, Chair Kincaid. So I might get some advice from staff, but I'm thinking at this point, with all the discussion that has taken place, that we could just move forward into seeing if one of the Cultural Heritage Board members is willing to introduce the landmark alteration resolution.
That's correct. That's what we would need at this point, regardless. So it can be a motion both to approve, it could be a motion to deny, and whichever the case, it's a 4-vote requirement.
Thank you, Bill. Perhaps Member Gronigo, would you be willing to introduce the resolution?
Board Member Groniga, you're on mute right now. We're unable to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I would so move that the resolution of the Cultural Heritage Board of the City of Santa Rosa approving a landmark alteration permit for the flats at 528 B Street involving the construction of a mixed-use building located at 528 B Street, Santa Rosa, within the St. Rose Preservation District, assessor parcel number 010-035-022, file number PRJ 20-001 005. I both introduce it and move its passage.
And do we have a second? Oh, I think you're muted.
All right, I will second.
Thank you. Okay, we've had the motion. It's been seconded. Shall we open it up to discussion? Comments from Board Member Gronica.
I would think that I'll rest on my previous comments. I assume others will too. I just believe in reading this, all the documentation that I read and studied and understood that this, especially as a non-contributing parcel, is eligible to have a 55-foot height on the project, and that its design, as we've discussed, which I would say failed to get unanimity, but it did have consensus. 8-1 sounds like a consensus to me. So I have nothing further to say, though, than I really did read and listen to Mark Perry's comments, and they were enlightening to me coming into this meeting, and I am further impressed by those arguments that he just made. And beyond that, I have nothing further to say tonight.
Thank you. Board Member Garrett, comments?
I am going to have to vote no, because I feel that the 55-foot height limit, being 10 feet taller than the actual parking garage, is clearly out of scale with the rest of the district. And although I think the project design itself, I would support that, it's the height that I have the problem with, and I can't vote for it.
Thank you. Board Member McHugh?
Well, I can vote for it because I believe that the design is appropriate. I mean, our role as a Cultural Heritage Board is to take a look at the outside of the building, and the outside of the building is compatible. Nobody's really arguing with the design. The only thing that people are concerned about is the height, and yet it's a non-conforming building, and it falls within the regulations that we're able to and we're supposed to have some discretion and to look at these situations and be able to make decisions that are of benefit to the community at large. And we desperately need housing downtown. This is a good project. Nobody's arguing about the design or the look of the building. We're only quibbling over the height. And with all due respect to my fellow board member, I think that we're causing a lot of consternation and forcing the applicant to spend more time and more money to get a project done that absolutely needs to done, and I'm frustrated by that. I don't think that's a role of this board at all. We are here to pay attention to the issues related to the preservation districts, but we're not here to block progress. And I think that, with all due respect, that this is just not, it's not what we're about. It's just, this is not something that we should be voting no against. We should be supporting this.
Okay, thank you all for your comments. I think everybody has made good points. My feelings are, which I've expressed already tonight, with regards to the landmark alteration. I can't agree with the findings B, C, and G. And basically B and C involve character defining elements. Some of my concerns are the 3-story apartment complex on the south side is going to have a 5-story wall very, very close in proximity to it. The 1-story, which is, and it's a contributing structure. The single-story structure on the north side is going to have a 5-story shadow casting wall to it, and it already has a wall on the back of it, which is the parking structure. So it's going to have 2 sides of its property, one with 5 stories and one. Well, the parking structure I think is like 4 stories. So when we talk about impact to the neighborhood, impact to the historic district, the fact that the 5 stories go vertically up, basically from the ground, there's some, patio insets and everything, but it's pretty much just a very large square box vertical structure that's 5 stories high. And so when I look at that in the context of the historic neighborhood, the St. Rose neighborhood, I can't agree again with the findings B, C, and G. So for that reason, I won't be supporting it tonight with regards to landmark alteration. So any further comments before we call for a vote? Okay, seeing none, can we call for a vote?
Thank you, Chair McHugh. With Board Member DeBacher and Vice Chair Fennell absent and 1 vacancy, we will start with Board Member Garrett.
No.
Board Member Gronica?
Yes.
Board Member McHugh?
Aye.
And Chair Muser?
No.
So that's a 2-2 vote. That's an effective denial.
Okay, with the denial and no further items on the agenda tonight, I think we're ready for adjournment.
Correct. We can adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
If I could offer some closing remarks real quick, I'd appreciate it. I just wanted to leave on a high note, say that I appreciate all the board members here this evening. I appreciate the city staff and the applicant team. I've heard a lot of passion tonight, and I think passion carries things forward and moves things in the right direction. And what I would say is that the way we look at it in our business is challenges are actually opportunities. So how do we take this challenge and make it into an opportunity? There's a path forward, even though it wasn't tonight. And I think, as things progress, we'll see how the future holds. But again, I really appreciate everyone's time. I want to wish everyone a happy and safe Thanksgiving. These tough moments in time are even tougher in 2020. So just remember, it's a drop in time. We've got some more time left, and let's make the most of it. So, Chair Muser, I don't know if you wanted to add any closing remarks. Otherwise, I'll let you take the adjournment.
I'd like to make a closing remark. I think we have an abuse of our discretion, and I'm disturbed by that. And I think that that's problematic. And so I wish that we didn't we've wasted 5 hours and got nothing done. And I'm upset with that.
Well, these boards are, the Cultural Heritage Board, when all seats are filled, it's a 7-member board. And the reason why there's 7 members is there's lots of different opinions and feelings and beliefs. And we hope that in the process, in the end, the right thing happens. There is a process. The applicant still has a path that they can follow. If we all were the same, if we all felt the same, if we all always voted the same, they probably wouldn't need the board. So I really appreciate the remarks that Chair Kincaid made. I agree with him wholeheartedly that there is a path forward, and I do feel for the applicant. I know it's what a challenge it's been for them, but hopefully they listened to everything that they heard tonight over the 5 hours. Hopefully they don't feel that time was wasted and what they heard, and they can move forward from here. Any other comments?
I thank you for your comments. I think we are here. I mean, I live in an historic district. I lived in an historic home for 30 years. And I think our historic districts need to be supported and maintained. And if we lose those, we lose the fabric of our community, which would be really sad. And this project was a good project. If it were 1 story shorter, I would have voted for it. But, and it was, I guess, when I was off the board for the couple of years I was off, I think when I first came to the board, it was a 3-story building. And I think, I mean, it's a great project. It's just too tall for that space. So I'm sorry. And I know people are disappointed. I'm disappointed too. Thank you.
Hey, Scott.
Goodbye.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just furious.
Scott, are you still there?
Yeah, we're still here, Warren.
I just wanted to make one mention. Been in town 40 years, and it's interesting that there's 2 units in the front of this. There's an elevator shaft. You have to actually create a stairwell that serves all 4 floors. You could take 2 units out of the front at the top, the pro forma would change. And one of the interesting things that Peter Stanley brought up was, give me 5 in the back. It seems like we're talking a lot about the front. I'm really curious that the building 2 doors down from this is a 2-story building. The next building is a 3-story. If this meeting would have happened, if we would have had a DRB and a heritage board,
Warren, I think we got to interrupt you because we shouldn't be talking about the project anymore.
Well, I would suggest that we stop the deliberation since the project has been acted on. The public hearing has been closed. So
okay, fine. All right. Thank you.
I think we gave it our best efforts to end on a high note. So I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. See y'all.
Thank you.